Nope. Now we're working. Hey, everyone. We were muted in the stream.
Lord.
We're muted. We got it.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, this is why we're testing all this, everyone. We have a massive E3 show coming up. We can't have a podcast start without some issues, right?
Right.
And the issues were me. I messed up. Nothing crashed this time.
Hey.
So, welcome to Nintendo Pride Podcast, episode 12. The only person who got to hear my little voice mod stuff was Mr. Jake. We got Jake Randall here as a guest today. And then we got Eric Moore to my left and your guys' right.
Hello.
We got a packed show for you guys today. E3 2021. We got going to go over the full schedule because now E3 has finally released the full schedule. We get times for everything. Obviously, we have our own E3 show. I'm not going to go through our show though. We're just going to focus on what E3 has going on. We're going to do predictions for all of the bigger companies. I did gather up all the information on some of the games that are already announced by these companies, and so we can talk about that and if we're going to see those games and then any other games you think we might see. Obviously, I know a lot of you guys want to know what the hell's going on with Nintendo, but there's a lot of companies at E3, so we'll see what happens. We'll also be talking a little bit about some other E3 shenanigans, like signing up and not getting responses, and I don't know how the hell they're going to approve fans at this point because they're not even getting through content creators. So we'll get to that and what the pitfalls of that might be. And then we're going to talk a little bit about YouTube success, and failures and trolls and how, as YouTubers we deal with this kind of stuff or try to ignore this kind of stuff, how it can affect us. Obviously, mental health is a big thing for everybody. You got to keep your minds fresh. Try not to get too down. And then we'll do a small little Q&A. It's not going to be a super long one, I don't think. Who the hell knows? But we'll do a little Q&A and we'll take some questions from the chat at that time. We got Jake Randall over there drinking some hot chocolate, apparently. So that's exciting. I got myself a little Bang energy thing, and I think what you got? Dr. Pepper, zero sugar? That's right.
Oh, yeah.
We got 3 different types of drinks going on around here. All right. So, I guess, let me go to my topic list, because which order were we doing this in first? I can't even remember. I'm sorry, we're going to talk about a little YouTube stuff. So, first off, congratulations, Jake, on blowing up, over the last, 7, 8, 9 months, around that time, since you started doing all the PlayStation 5, trying to help people out?
Yeah, pretty much since started doing pre-orders, the pre-order stream, so back in September.
Oh, that was a mess. That was such a mess. Oh yeah, it's launch. Oh yeah, pre-orders will be tomorrow, and everyone's just taking them right away, and it's just
Yep, and then they all dropped. Yeah, it was September 17th. Sony said all the pre-orders would be September 18th, and then Walmart just dropped that day, and then all the other retailers were like, "Oh, we'll just drop too." But the first thing that started me blowing up was a week later, September 25th, GameStop did pre-orders again. But GameStop's site is still not the best whenever they have restocks, but this was their very first time doing it. So their site was just impossible to get through. And I was streaming that. That was my first PS5 type stream. And what ended up happening is a GameStop employee gave us a link in the stream that allowed us to go through the back door of GameStop's website. I had 3,000 people in the chat because at the time I only had 4,000 subscribers. That was 7 months ago. So I've grew by 135,000 subscribers in 7 months. But everyone in the chat that wanted to get the PS5, the entire chat got it because that employee gave us that link. And so that started the whole thing of me making relationships with employees at different retailers to get pre-orders in. And then obviously once the console launched, every time there's a restock.
Yeah, totally, man. I have a PlayStation 5, and it was actually thanks to one of your streams you were doing at the time a few months ago for Target, because I was trying to get my kids on the bus, and all of a sudden, I know that Target's all it's local, but also you got to go through online, which I hate. Because you're competing with millions of people for your local retailer that has one system. Awesome. At least that's what it was around here. And I was ready to give up as I get my kids on the bus, and I go down to my studio, and here you are being don't give up, do this, do that. And next thing you know, oh, hey, I got through checkout. Oh, hey, it's ready to pick up now. Well, I guess I'm leaving.
That's the beautiful thing about Target. Yeah, they're the only retailer that does same-day pickup.
Yeah, so
Walmart can make you wait like a month to ship it. Best Buy's not bad. They make you wait like a week. But yeah, Target's the greatest because I do the streams and then I see people like just tweeting at me all day with the pictures of them getting their PS5s, and it's awesome.
Sure, yeah, it's pretty great. So yeah, obviously you blew up. You got all your retailer connects and all that. I would be I'd be remiss if I didn't say any retailer connects saying anything about Switch Pro.
Switch Pro, no. No, the only thing I've heard about the Switch Pro is actually from your video,
From my
with the
video.
GameStop thing. Which, again, we don't know what that means.
No idea.
It's purely speculative, but still, that's something. I mean, whether it's the Switch Pro or it's just going to be a really cool announcement, you know. Guys, I recommend if you came here from my tweet, you're not familiar with the Nintendo Prime, I recommend watching his video on GameStop that he just came out with recently.
Yeah, I think I was the first person to talk about that thing, and then just out of nowhere, everyone's like, "Oh yeah," they called other local GameStops and they all confirmed, like, "Yeah, something's going on those days. Nobody knows what. They're double staffing." And from what I know, GameStop doesn't like double staffing. So
they don't like staffing, period.
No, they don't like. Well, they're always trying to cut budgets and everything. So for them to be planning over a week in advance for double staffing for the beginning of 2 days, it's kind of like, okay, well, the only times I recall double staffing are massive console pre-order days, or something like that. And there could be, and that's where the speculation comes in. Oh, is Switch Pro going to end up getting announced that because it's the same day as Nintendo on the 15th? So like, is it getting announced that day? So they're expecting a huge amount of traffic for people to try to come in and pre-order it those 2 days, or as other people have said, is PlayStation 5 going to start being available in retailers? So that's another thing. Like, they're going to have their first
GameStop or Walmart will be the first ones.
Yeah. So that's another speculation that's out there. And based on, I've talked to 2 different managers, and I've had a lot of people say that they talked to regional, district, a whole bunch of different managers. None of them actually know what this is. It came from corporate. So, yeah, nobody actually knows what's happening. It's all guesses at this point. I have a feeling the managers that are talking to people will have a better idea next week what's actually happening, because I presume they're going to know beforehand, because it'd be kind of a mess if they have all this staff and they have no idea what they're doing. So you'll probably hear, maybe even before the 15th next week, what this event actually is. So to be clear, it doesn't mean it is PlayStation 5 drops. It doesn't mean it is Switch Pro drops. It doesn't mean it's, it's something, though, because they don't even double staff on Pro days most of the time. So it feels weird that it was probably not a sale. You could think what major game might lead to a bunch of pre-orders. I don't even know. I mean, for Nintendo, maybe they drop a date for Breath of the Wild 2 and take pre-orders immediately, and they know a bunch of people might come for that. I have no idea. Again, it happened at the end of
One
E3.
thing that's interesting, though, is that it's just GameStop we're hearing this about, right? Like,
just GameStop.
If it was Switch Pro or Breath of the Wild 2, why wouldn't all the retailers be on it? Why wouldn't we be hearing more? I feel like I certainly would have heard something more. That's why I feel like maybe, again, speculation, right? But maybe a PS5 restock, because that would be specific to them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Maybe they have inventory that other places don't have, because that's how the restocks kind of work.
Well,
but whenever the Switch Pro does get announced, the reason I haven't heard anything is because a lot of my contacts are in the warehouses at the stores. So once they physically start getting the Switch Pro, after the pre-order point, that's when all my inside info will be really useful. But for pre-orders, we're all kind of in the same boat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So like for my viewers out there, assuming Switch Pro is real and it's a thing that comes out sometime this year, you're definitely going to want to go over and follow Jake Randall on his Twitter and on his channel, because he'll be up all the inside details on how to get either pre-orders in or post-release when drops are going to happen. He's got all the connects to figure that out. And obviously, watch his tip videos. I know a lot of my audience is still trying to get PlayStation 5s. Telling you, I thought the tip videos were going to be bullshit. To be completely honest, I figured it's the standard stock thing. Sign up for an account, get your credit card ready, so you're ahead of people that don't have accounts and don't have credit cards ready. And that's like basic stuff. You should just 101.
Right, everyone knows that.
And then I watched your videos, and I'm like, nope. Like, every retail is like a different way to try to force your way through the checkout process. That's it shouldn't be that way. It should be as simple as just click, done. But that's not the way it works, because the sites are overloaded. And then obviously
there's like literal actual life hacks, right? Like actual tricks very specific and detailed that give you like 1,000% better chance. And I've kind of dedicated my life to figuring them all out over the last few months, and then just sharing that information with everyone that I can.
Yeah, and it's nice because, guys, he's one of the guys that's basically fighting back against the scalpers. We know the scalpers are bots and are doing all this crazy stuff. Even getting access to the website while the websites crash, and because they get to the back end because the bots bypass everything, even though all the sites claim they have bot protection. Look how many of these systems are available. Look at the pictures that pop up on social media about a guy who just popped off 100 of them from Walmart and he's selling them on eBay. Like this, it happens regardless of the protections in place. So it's nice that we have people like Jake Randall, and obviously there's other accounts on Twitter I know that always post up stock resets for this and Xbox Series X and stuff like that. The S actually I saw in person. Starting to think the Xbox Series S is pretty easy to get now. I actually saw it in stock
the Xbox
at my
Series
local
S.
Walmart. Yeah.
Yeah, the S is definitely easy to get. I think it's in stock at Best Buy right now. If anyone wants it, you have to choose a store that has it in stock near you. But it's been in stock for over a week straight now.
Yeah.
At Best Buy. But yeah.
Yeah, I saw it in person, and I was like, oh, that's good. That's not the system people are really clamoring for, so I'm not too surprised there. But yeah, I was lucky. I was fortunate that I did get a pre-order in for Xbox Series X, but that's because Microsoft didn't allow the local retailers to hand out pre-orders ahead of time, so I actually got to go in person and pre-order it, so that was kind of nice. I technically got 2 pre-orders in, because somehow while I was in line, I got a pre-order for one at Target too, and then I also got one at GameStop. So anyways, and then to talk about how like there might be a PlayStation 5 drop, obviously at GameStop, we don't know, and we're all guessing. One thing I've noticed in the past, I don't know how many like consoles you've tried to like go in person to pre-order in the past, or like gone on launch day in the past at different retailers. One thing I've noticed when I go to like a Best Buy or a Walmart, because those are kind of the 2 stores in my area, they don't really increase their staff for any of it. They just pull whoever they want from other departments if there's a problem. So I'm not sure like why GameStop increases their staff for some things or others, other than they're obviously a gaming specific retailer and going to have the most foot traffic.
It's all online only at all those retailers right now, and so it would make sense for GameStop to increase their staff if they're going to do in-person.
Yeah, in-person, yeah.
Either reservations, like even though the console's already out, maybe they'll do in-person pre-orders, so you can go to us, because they did that before.
Yeah.
Like in December, they allowed people to go in store, and even though the console's already out in December, they essentially did a pre-order in person to get a console. They also they had consoles in store, but it was only 2 per store. And that was for all consoles. So it was either like 2 PS5s or 2 Xbox, or 1 PS5 and 1 Xbox. It was 2 total consoles. And they had people like, obviously you had like dozens of people lining up outside the stores. It was, there was fights breaking out, and that's why they haven't done any in person since then. Maybe they have a plan to make that better this time. I don't know. Maybe they're going to do, again, we're speculating here. Maybe they'll let you come in and put you on a list. And when it gets to be your turn, you can then buy the console. Because, at the end of the day, I think a lot of these companies like to be the hero when it comes to like the PS5 restocks. And one thing I've seen is like a couple weeks ago, Walmart dropped the PS5, right? And people were really frustrated with that drop. I mean, even if it's a good drop, people are frustrated. Most people aren't going to get one statistically. So near the end of Walmart's drop, when people were venting, Best Buy dropped. And I've seen retailers do that, where like if people are really mad at one retailer, the other retailer likes to swoop in and be the hero. Because they'll never forget that. Like if someone gets their PS5 from Best Buy on that drop, they'll never forget, that Best Buy got from their PS5. So, that could be the kind of thing that GameStop's doing. And hey, if it works out, I'm all for it. Like, GameStop, you should get your clout, you should get your respect, as long as real people can get their consoles. And that's the other thing I actually wanted to mention about my guides, is that literally the reason I love those guides so much, I'm like really proud of them, is because they do not help scalpers or bots. They're literally designed from the ground up to help a real person that doesn't have access to those tools, that just, goes on the website and tries their best, like all of us. It literally just helps them get one console each from the retailers. They help real people. And I've bought like half a dozen of each console, and I've given them all away for free on my channel. And I don't use bots, because every console I've purchased, I've done it live. So like on the live streams where I'm streaming trying to help people, so you can literally see me
Proof is in the pudding.
using my tips to get it. So that's why the tip videos are really great, I think.
Yeah, that's great. Cool. Yeah. So obviously through all this, you've obviously grown your reputation and grown quite big. I think 269,000 on Twitter, and then what do you have on YouTube now? Like 137,000 subscribers.
Yep, that's right.
Something like that. Yeah. So like my channel too as well. I've done really, really well over the last few months, grown, by 15,000 subscribers or so, and not quite the growth that you got. But both of us are seeing, our own modicum of success on the platform and all that. And obviously, with that success, which as great as it is, and the communities you build, and how amazing people can be, I know you've had, a lot of amazing people, especially on your lives and all that. And obviously, we also deal with our fair share of, is it trolling, backlash, whatever it is. Like I know I see you tweet out sometimes, like when you bring up you're bringing attention to cystic fibrosis, which you happen to suffer from, and more power to you for doing your best to kind of live with that and overcome some of the shortcomings that adds to your life, and then helping others.
Thank you.
Raising awareness and all that jazz. Because not everyone is as fortunate as you that's dealing with that. So it's I find it interesting when you put out tweets where like people are like unsubscribing or like telling you to stop talking about it, just focus on this. And I've always appreciated that you seem to be like, you know what, like this is something I care about. This is something that affects me personally, and I'm not going to let other people try to force me to not draw attention to it with my audience. So do you get like quite a lot of people kind of like talking down to you about that because they don't care about it and they'd rather you just focus on, hey, get me a PlayStation 5, otherwise leave me alone? Or do you get other types of hate as well sometimes? Like I know I get all sorts of hate. Like when Switch Pro didn't drop last Thursday, it's like I never said it was for sure dropping last Thursday. It was just a report on somebody else who said it might. So it's kind of like there's a lot of people out there that try to like tear people down when they see some success. So like how do you handle those situations? How does it affect you?
No, that's a great question. So first of all, I just want to say that, I mean, I do get hate, but I have to say it's like less than 1% of, my followers or subscribers or whatever. I'm really lucky and blessed that my community and the people that somehow find me on YouTube and Twitter are some of the most incredible and wholesome people. And I don't know how I got so lucky, because the internet is really a toxic place, but somehow like just these really kind people like find me, and I really appreciate it, and they support me and they love me, and I'm glad for that. So before I talk about any of the haters, I just need to acknowledge that. And because I love them so much. They give a lot of meaning to my life. But, when you have 400,000 subscribers / followers combined, almost 500,000, 1% can still be a lot of people. You know what I mean? Especially, if you're, in a live stream in the chat or whatever, or you're tweeting, it's just so easy, especially the people I think that follow me on Twitter that don't watch my YouTube or don't come to my streams, because then it's really easy to dehumanize me, right? And not see me as a person, just see me as this Twitter guy, which I get that. But like when I get that hate or whatever, it doesn't bother me. I kind of just use it as an opportunity to, clarify my position more. Be like, hey, this does matter to me. It is important to me. The only reason I do restock stuff is because back in September, when I had like no subscribers, I was doing it because I thought it could maybe help people. That's always been my thing, is to try to find ways that I can help other people in the world. And if you look at like my channel trailer or whatever, I talk about why that is a little bit. But basically, I hit a low where I almost died in the hospital from cystic fibrosis. I was hospitalized for almost 2 months, and I couldn't walk. I was coughing up blood every day. I had surgery to try to basically put bio beads in my lungs to try to like stop the tearing, which is why so much blood was being coughed up. I have a feeding tube. I get calories in. I mean, cystic fibrosis is no joke. But when that happened 2 years ago, I thought I was going to die, and I was really upset because I had been lying to my friends and my family about how sick I was, and I didn't have anyone I could talk to it about because I was keeping it all inside. So I finally let it all out and was honest with people about how I was doing. And before I even got any feedback, and this is before YouTube, I wasn't doing YouTube 2 years ago. I've recently started YouTube. But I got all this, like, it felt like a burden was lifted just because I was honest with myself. And then my friends and family, what I was afraid of is that my friends wouldn't want to hang out with me anymore because they'd be like, "Oh my God, Jake, you're way too sick. We have to be careful with you." And I just wanted my friends to love me for me and not have anything change. And then I also was afraid that my parents would, be disappointed in me for some reason that I was that sick, which doesn't make sense, I guess. But none of that stuff happened. Everyone showered me with love. And for the first time in my life, I was truly happy. So it's just crazy, right? Like I was at my rock bottom, and then all of a sudden, I just felt amazing. I felt all this love in my life, and I felt spoiled with all the love. Like it was so incredible. And I decided, I was like, if this could help me so much with what I was going through, like everyone deserves this kind of love, and not everyone gets it. Not everyone's lucky enough to have the friends and family that I have. So I made it my life's goal to, and again, I wasn't doing YouTube at this point. So in any small way I could, even if it was helping one person at a time, I wanted to do things that would help other people. Maybe it was, sharing my story, whatever. And then in September, when the pre-order started, again, this isn't, changing the world, but I was able to help people get a PS5 or an Xbox. And it was a small thing, but it was helping other people. So that's why I've continued to do it, because I found something that even with my disease, and when I can't, physically do a lot, I can stream and I can help people with the restock. So I want to do that, but I don't just want to do that. I want to raise money for the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. My biggest goal is that any parent out there that has their child diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, like my mom, and the doctors told my mom that I would live to be 10 years old, I want them to see me and be like, "Hey, look, your child could have a full life." Like, I'm extremely happy, and that's why I'm raising money for the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation and other causes as well. Anything I can do to give back. So, when the haters come out and they hate, back to your question now, wrapping it up here.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't mean to go in the full story. I just felt
That's
like the
okay.
context.
It's good to put the context. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, important. When the haters come out, I just want to explain that. And the thing is, before I started doing all this, I used to be a hater too. So and the reason I was a hater is because I was so depressed because of how physically sick I was. Like, even though I was blessed with friends and family, when you're physically doing that poorly, it takes a big mental toll. So sometimes I would be that bitter person on the internet that would say a comment like that. So when I see people doing it to me, I just imagine what they're going through, and I want to respond to them and acknowledge them, but not in a way that like I'm calling them out or whatever, but in a way where I'm explaining myself and maybe connecting with them a little bit, and maybe not. That's fine. They have to be ready to accept that themselves, but that's what I try to do when I see the haters. And a lot of people are like, "Why do you acknowledge the trolls? Why do you feed the trolls?" And I guess, if it's really like intense trolling, I will just ignore it, just block right away. And even if I block someone, that doesn't mean they're a bad person being negative, and I don't want to see that stuff. you know. So yeah, so I guess that's kind of how I try to deal with it.
Yeah, no, that one, thank you so much for retelling your story. I've heard it before because I've been paying attention to your channel ever since back in the September days when things started really going off. And I've watched every one of your videos. It always makes me a little sad sometimes when like you've done a couple videos on like the cystic fibrosis and it'll get like 8,000 views, but then you'll have like your PlayStation 5 target video do like 40K. I'm like, oh guys, this is so much more important than getting a PlayStation 5. But
that's okay. I appreciate those 8,000 views so much.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, what you're passionate about is what matters. And I tell people that like at my channel, like I don't have a big cause like you have going on, but it's one of those. This podcast to me is like one of the central products that my channel puts out, and we had times where it was the lowest viewed content on the whole channel, and I didn't care because it's what I enjoy doing, and it's kind of cool because as you've obviously grown and using your success to obviously try to help others, we are doing things as best that we can do to try to give back. That's one reason why we have such a massive giveaway happening during our E3 is because people
awesome,
sometimes, like the haters, they'll go out there and be like, oh, you're just doing this for clout. Like, no, I actually didn't plan for it to be this big. We put $1,000 towards it. And then all these companies started reaching out and being like, hey, like we want to give you more stuff to give away to help people coming out of COVID and help these people who can't afford $70 games, can't afford, accessories or consoles. And like, we want to help you, give back as people enter summer and hopefully get a little happier as, the world's starting to slowly return back to normal. So like, I don't give back necessarily as much as I want, and I wasn't joking when I brought this up on a stream once. Like, it'd be cool if like I got big enough, like at some point that I could buy like a homeless family a house or something like that, and just give it to them and say, hey, I already paid it all off. I've got your land fees taken care of for the next like 5 years. You guys, enjoy, try to get your life together, and bottom line, it's your house. You can sell it at the end if you want, or do whatever you want. So, just give you a leg up in life. And I joke, it's not really even like a joke. It's just I know that I'm far away from being able to provide something like that. I got to buy my own house first. I have this goal that's slowly morphed over the years at my channel where I want to give back as much as is reasonably possible because I realize I am in a fortunate position. I just even looking around just at this setup I have with multiple cameras and like, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4 computers sitting right in front of me right now. Like, I got the PlayStation 5, Series X, and Switch, and like, I can any game I want, I'll just buy it. Like, people don't.
I love your set. It's so nice.
Yeah. So like, and this was a whole lot of work. I don't even want to get into how much work. It's been a pain in the butt. And the set actually evolves every day of E3, but we'll worry about that during E3. We haven't even gotten to that part yet.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, like it's just nice, like to have a fellow person on who's just, trying to use, your growth for this. Because I'll full on admit, there was a couple of years back, I didn't care about giving back. I just was kind of selfish as a YouTuber, which isn't a way to be. And it took a lot of personal growth to like realize my shortcomings and issues I had going through because I had some mental health issues. In fact, I know he's had mental health issues as well. And realizing that I was kind of using, taking out my issues on my channel to try to like make money, and that just doesn't sound like me, like it would have been when I was in a good mental space. And that's why I always tell people, whether it's a physical thing wrong with you or just mental, like you mentioned the mental toll, like you need to take care of yourselves, guys. First off, take care of yourselves. And then once you've gotten yourself taken care of, that's when you can start taking care of others. And that's why I feel like I'm actually in a good space now. And now I'm like, oh man, what was I doing? I should be giving back. I shouldn't be taking. I'm fine. My family's good. I'm in a good spot. What was I thinking? And I was thinking I needed a way to take out.
You shouldn't feel guilty about that either. We all have a journey, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. We do all have a journey. So speaking of the journeys, let's maybe Well, wait, I want to talk a bit about how I deal with haters because I don't always deal with them the best.
Yeah, that's kind of how we got connected too, by the way.
It was haters on Twitter or whatever.
Because I saw a tweet you made, and it just hit home for me. I knew exactly how you felt. And yeah, I'll let you tell it.
Yeah, I don't even remember the exact tweet. I remember when you responded to it, I was like, "Whoa, you're following me? You're responding to this? I didn't realize that." Yeah, I can't remember what it was. It was something either about how the mental toll it was taken, how I was going to take a break from reading comments, or it was just a comment that someone made. I can't remember if it was just something where I said like, I don't really get the point of this. Like there was one I even put up today. Where I was like, like I don't understand. Like this guy's complaining about my channel while admitting he subscribed to my channel but doesn't like me talking, doesn't like my videos, doesn't like anything. Which is like, then why were you following me? That was one from
today, right?
Yeah, that was today. And I'm like, why are you following me? And it's like, well, I mean, clearly they were probably following for a giveaway or something to win. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, I'm gonna be more appreciative of the people that follow me for my content than those that just want to win something. Because obviously if you don't enjoy my content, and I'll tell that to anyone right now, like if you come over from Jake and you're watching right now and you don't enjoy my personality, enjoy this podcast, it's cool. Don't subscribe to my channel. You don't have to subscribe to support or like the video or anything. Like enjoy the content creators you got. We're on this world, as far as I'm aware, just once. So like use the time the way that you want and enjoy the content creators you want. I try to sell this to a lot of people, and I've been doing this more and more lately when I see negative comments like, oh, another fake Switch Pro thing or another this or another that, and I'll just be like, hey man, like why don't you go find something that you enjoy doing or a content creator you enjoy watching instead of wasting your time watching stuff you don't like. And I get that sometimes, as you say, like when you're sort of in a depression or in a dark spot, like you kind of lash out with that negativity to be a hater because it feels like, I don't know, does it make you feel a little better? Or I'm not exactly sure.
Part of it
sometimes... How you treat other people is a reflection of how you feel about yourself.
Sure,
yes, absolutely.
I agree with that, yeah.
And sometimes it necessarily isn't, them being a hater per se. It's them, that might be the only interaction that they get during the day. And the negative comment, even though it is, a lot of times they'll get backlash back on them, it is the only interaction that they will get for that day. So, it's sometimes they're just trying to get a little bit of attention because they don't have it anywhere else. And they're going about it the wrong way, in my opinion. But again, when you're not in a mentally stable position, if that's the only interactions you can get with somebody, you got to take what you can get.
And I know from my for my real life experiences, like because I go out and have some drinks once in a while at the bar, and I'll notice there's like people who are in like a rough spot in life, and they'll talk about it. Maybe they're looking for sympathy. I have no idea. I don't really care. If you're in a rough spot, you're in a rough spot. Do what you got to do to make yourself feel better, as long as you're not harming anybody else. But I'll see sometimes these people want to like tear someone else down, and you could argue, oh, they had too much to drink, but also it makes them feel better if they can bring other people down to their level, and I'll notice that like there's YouTube channels out there, obviously, that can make some videos, trying to knock me down, and I notice if I ever respond to them, it makes them like the happiest ever because they just wanted a response and they just wanted me to feel bad, and I wonder if it's just because they don't feel great about their life, so like they like that they could take someone else down to their level or something like that. It's weird. And I've never been down to their level.
And again, it doesn't mean that they're bad people. It just means that they might be in a bad place.
Yeah.
We don't know anyone's story behind the scenes, and that's part of why I responded to haters. But one thing you said, which I think is absolutely right, is like if you said if you don't like my content, why don't you just unsubscribe? Or for me, if I post something that's not PS5 related, God forbid, why don't you just unfollow? Because like you said, there's plenty of Twitter accounts that do it now. Maybe you want one that just exclusively focuses on the drops. I've always made sure that my Twitter account is Jake Randall. It's not Jake Randall PS5 restocks. It's not PS5 restocks. It's not Jake Randall, your personal PS5 slave. It's just Jake Randall. It's it's my Twitter. And if you don't like it, follow me. But to your point, I think you're right, is that they do want the response. So it's not about unfollowing if they don't like it. It's about trying to get a dig in or get some interaction or drag us down as well so they feel better about themselves. And again, I can't judge it because I've been there in that mental space. So I 100% get it. And that's why instead of bothering me, I want to, like I said, I want to share that love. Like, I'm really corny. I'm a very cheesy person. I don't know. You've been to my live stream, so you know this with the finger guns and the hype sessions and all that stuff. But I really 100% believe that. So, and keeping that state of mind, and obviously, like I lose my cool sometimes too. Like sometimes stuff gets to me, especially like the really toxic ones for me are when people say I'm faking my cystic fibrosis, which. Obviously, like I have videos that show my medical records. I've shown my feeding tube and my port in my chest on stream before.
You shouldn't even have to do that,
you can't really fake that. But those are the ones that sometimes I lose a little bit. So like we're all human, right? Like some stuff is gonna get to you. But when I remember like when I was in that mental space and I recognize that maybe that's where these people are at, or maybe they just haven't faced the adversity to have the sympathy or empathy that kind of makes you a full person. That's what helps me get through it. I'm like, okay, it's about them. It's not about me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love a lot of what you said. So sorry. I know we want to get to the next topic.
That's totally fine. So yeah, I mean, haters are gonna hate. They might have reasons for it. They might not have reasons for it. I have no idea. They're gonna do what they do. Personally, what I do find amusing sometimes is like when I do respond or like I do put something on Twitter, how some people being like, "Oh man, he must be getting depressed about it." I'm fine, guys. if I was getting depressed about it, I've already been there. I'll fall, say I got to take a break. I got to step back. I need to get away, go spend more time with my children or something. And reality is, most of it I find amusing. Like the one I put up today, I just thought it was amusing that a guy wanted to like unsubscribe who literally in his comment said he never liked anything I was doing in the first place. I was like, yeah,
But he's
okay.
watching your video.
Yeah, like I'm like, but you're watching my videos. Like there's another guy who's been saying how bad my content is for like a year, and I'm like, oh, that's cool, and you're still watching. So
I mean, the haters view count.
With
The
those
haters
ones,
views
my,
count
my
just as
favorite
well as-
comeback, because this isn't negative, this is like a positive.
Mhm.
My favorite comeback is just, thank you so much for giving me some watch time and a comment to actually boost me in the algorithm. I appreciate it so
Right.
much.
yeah, right,
Right.
And if they respond again, be like, oh my God, this is doing so much for my channel. I appreciate you.
That is fantastic.
I'm gonna have
That
to.
is
I'm gonna have to
fantastic.
use that next time.
Well, I mean, yeah, a
That,
hater's
that'll
view-
either shut them up or make them look kind of foolish.
Yeah, I mean, a hater's view is just as good as a normal person's view. So
I mean, yeah. And Twitter,
It's
they
a
don't,
view.
they don't care if you dislike. They don't care you interact with it in any way. It helps with the algorithm. So it's great. Even
Yeah,
if you don't watch, and you
exactly.
just pause and comment. YouTube views it as you like this video. You're going to be suggested more of my videos. You're going to then want to get angry about that and click and comment some more, which spreads it to other people. So thank you
yeah, that is
to the ones that have been
great point.
been in my comment section for months that are just, you guys, whatever. Thanks. I'm gonna have to remember that one. That's clever. I like
It
that.
is.
All right, so I guess we can get into some gaming, huh?
About time. No,
yes.
Yeah, about
Kidding,
time.
kidding.
Because obviously E3 is ahead, and as all gamers know, that's a pretty exciting time of the year. We'll see how exciting it is this year. It's a very different E3 this year. Because for me, obviously everyone gets excited about game announcements. I mean, that's, we like to know our favorite franchises, our favorite games, or we get surprised, and all the debates over who won E3. And obviously, not having Sony there has always kind of been a pitfall since 2018. But Sony is going to be at Summer Games Fest with some sort of games. I have no idea. Maybe they're just going to advertise Ratchet and Clank. Maybe we'll see more of Horizon Forbidden West or something else they have cooking. They have a whole bunch of games announced. We'll see how many of them hit their release dates or their release timing. I guess a lot of them don't really have dates right now. That's kind of weird. Next gen's really weird right now with the games. Now that I think about it, it's a really strange time. As an owner of a PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X, it's a really strange time that I don't really know when any of the games I want to play are coming besides Ratchet and Clank.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, that's hopefully what we'll find out in 1 week from now, right?
Yeah, I know, but it feels weird. Like we're 6 months in, and I'm still like waiting to like, when's this stuff coming? Yeah.
Yeah, I hope we get a release date for Horizon.
At least I think that's gonna be
Horizon Zero Dawn is my favorite PS4 game of all time.
Nice.
And then what I'm low key hoping for, my second favorite PS4 game of all time is Persona 5. I'm a huge JRPG fan. And I'm low key, now that Persona 5 just got rated for Xbox, it looks like it's coming to Xbox. Who knows if it's ever coming to Switch, that's its own thing. But I'm just thinking, now that it's been out for so long, and now that Shin Megami Tensei 5, which if people don't know, Shin Megami Tensei 5 is the main series, Persona is the spin-off of Shin Megami Tensei. But now that Shin Megami Tensei 5 has a release date for November, what about Persona 6 though? That would be amazing. And again,
5
it would be
really
annoying if
blown
they
up for them
dropped
in all the different versions.
a trailer and then 4 years later we still haven't gotten the game. But I would just be super hyped for Persona 6.
Oh, absolutely. So that is the exciting thing because we're going to be focusing on some of the bigger companies. So sorry if your guys' company you're looking forward to isn't being talked about. Like I think Digital Devolver's putting on a show, but maybe they're not part of E3. They tweeted out June 12th with with their lady. They
I'm
put
a
always in their
huge
little
fan of
direction.
so many of the games they publish. Katana Zero
Oh,
is, I think, the most underrated game of this generation.
oh,
I don't know if you've played it.
Absolutely. So there's going to be a number of companies we don't cover, guys. I'm going to focus on the big ones today. We will be doing a pre-E3 show, just Eric and I, on Friday night, where maybe we'll get into some of the smaller companies. And when I say smaller, we're not going to talk about Gearbox today, but they're not necessarily small. But the amount of games that they create and publish are smaller. But obviously, people know about. I think they're the Borderlands company. I think they are.
No, Gearbox is.
Gearbox is what's Gearbox again? I forget. I
God.
looked it up earlier.
Yep. Nope.
The franchise I know. They have one franchise I know
Gears.
that.
They're Gears of War. I think.
I don't think Gearbox is Gears of War.
Son of a biscuit.
Pretty sure Gearbox is not Gears of War. Because they wouldn't have their own showcase.
Yeah.
Gears of War is owned by Microsoft. Anyways, as he looks it up and proves that I was right about Borderlands. So we have Ubisoft to talk about.
Yeah, sure it is.
Told you. See,
Yeah,
you're talking to the guy that like covers games for a living. Just because I
Yeah,
cover
well.
Nintendo, come on now, man. All right, so we got Ubisoft. We talk about today. We'll probably talk about some Square Enix. Let's see here. I got stuff for Capcom, obviously Nintendo, Microsoft, Bethesda. We'll just kind of like go through the list. So first up, I'll just tell you guys what the actual E3 schedule is for each day, because they just published this today. We finally have times for everything. All these times they have listed are in Pacific time. So at 10 a.m. Pacific time on Saturday, June 12th, that's when they have the official pre-show happening. At 11 a.m. Pacific time, they have the Ubisoft Forward pre-show, which is really crazy. They have a whole hour-long pre-show for it. So it's like almost as long as the actual event. Okay. Anyways, then they have the actual Ubisoft Forward at noon Pacific.
Well, they have the pre-show before the Ubisoft pre-shows too at 10 a.m.
The pre-show of the pre-show. And here's the thing, guys. We have our own pre-show before the pre-show before the pre-show. And that's going to be a crazy day. Pre-show to pre-show to pre-show. And the thing is, the Ubisoft pre-show supposedly is going to be focusing on games that are already out and updates to those. So we'll get into some of that because I have some notes on Ubisoft. I have a lot of notes on Ubisoft, surprisingly. And then they have Ubisoft Forward, as I said, at noon Pacific time. Then you have Gearbox E3 Showcase. That's going to be at 2 p.m. Pacific time. That must be a pretty short one because at 2:45 they have the Games Beat session and whatever those people are going to be doing. That's actually the shortest day of all of E3. So that's something to keep in mind. That's actually kind of nice for us that we get kind of a shorter day, even though 2:45 p.m. is almost 5 p.m. our time. And then we have a 2-hour post show, and we're not probably wrapping up until 8. But it is what it is. Compared to the other ones, that might be early.
Well, and I also have to leave for an hour.
Yeah, you got to ditch. These will be, I'm going to run a solo show around here with Mr. Pumpkin in the other chair. And then we have Sunday, June 13th. That's obviously the big Microsoft day. If you're looking forward to what the hell Microsoft's got going on or Bethesda's got cooking, this is the one you want to pay
Square
attention
Enix too.
What?
Square Enix is
Yep. So they begin 8:45 a.m. Pacific time is the official E3 pre-show. And no, there's not a pre-show of a pre-show here. There actually is. We're good this day. Besides our pre-show. At 9:30 a.m. Pacific time, they have 24 Entertainment's Naraka Blade Point. I actually don't even know what that is. So I have some research to do into some of this stuff that's happening, so our pre-show can actually talk about it, because I literally have no clue what that is. Then at 10 a.m. Pacific time, they have the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase. It's going to be a lot of good stuff there. We'll probably have a lot to talk about with that one. 12:15 p.m., we have Square Enix. And then at 2 p.m., we have Warner Bros. Games Back for Blood. At 2:30 p.m., PC Gaming Show, which I love. The PC Gaming Show is actually part of E3 this year, not running alongside it, where you have to decide, are you going to watch the PC 3-hour long gaming show, or are you going to watch E3? So I'm kind of glad that they got part of E3 this year. Looks like they're actually shorter this year, only 2.5 hours compared to the 3. So, and then they go right into the Futures Game Show at 4 p.m. And that's how Sunday wraps up. For
1.5 hours, right?
But yeah, 2.5 hours it looks like for the PC Gaming Show.
I thought it was 1.5.
Is it 1.5 this year? Well, maybe they're gonna have a between session.
It's 2:30 to 4, right?
This year. No, it's 1.5. You got me. 1.5.
No, it's all good. Just making sure.
I get confused.
I didn't know, because when you said 2.5, I didn't know if that would go into the Futures Game Show.
I think it's ending before it, right? Because when they initially announced it, it was the PC Gaming Show plus the Futures Game Show, and now they separated them out. So I'm not sure if they're gonna be on the same thing and run off of each other. I'm a little confused on it, but we'll see what happens. I'm just glad that it's actually part of E3, and that's how E3 ends. And PC Gaming Show is always interesting. We're not going to talk about it today, but that's usually where you'll see a bunch of games come to PC. You'll see sometimes you see hardware as well. It's a really interesting show. Usually filled with a lot of fluff, but this year it looks like it's more concise, so maybe that won't happen. On Monday, this is kind of the day where there's basically two big companies going. Both of them third party, but they start their pre-E3 broadcast, the pre-show at 8 a.m. Pacific time. Then at 9 a.m., Verizon's doing something. I have no idea what Verizon's doing. Probably showing off a phone, playing games. I'm showing off, oh, hey, look at this cool internet you can get to your house that only works half the time. I don't know. Verizon's doing something. 9:45, I'm surprised they even got a half-hour show part of this, but Intellivision's there. I don't know if you guys realize the system they have coming out and how underwhelming it has appeared so far to anyone who's looked into it. But hey, the television Amico is going to be there, so I look forward to that, I suppose, at 10:45. We'll react to it. Who knows? Maybe we'll be shocked. It's a new console. Technically, it's a new console, so maybe we'll be shocked.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I definitely haven't gone hands-on with it. I've only read about it. So 10:15 a.m., this is where you get into one of the big ones for the day. We got Take-Two Interactive. They're doing a panel. So it'll be interesting to see how that one is different from the other shows. Obviously, Take-Two, you get into Rockstar and 2K and all of that. So you get to see some sports games. It'd be cool to get an announcement of like a GTA 6, but I don't know. They're porting GTA 5 again, so at 11:10 a.m.
Yep.
We got Mythical Games at 12 p.m. We got the Indie Showcase. That should be fun. Indie Showcases are always
What's
fun.
Mythical Games?
What's Mythical Games? When I was looking them up earlier, they looked like just another indie studio that has one game called Block Party.
Interesting.
Okay.
I mean, why?
But I think a lot of these time slots are based on what companies wanted, what they paid for.
Mm-hmm.
So like they wanted to be separate from the indie showcase and do their own thing. So I'm sure there'll be live gameplay or something happening for that one.
Yeah. Okay. I'm intrigued.
Yeah. So we'll see. I've never heard of the game, so it'll be my first time taking a look at it. And then the indie showcase, obviously that should be really good. I don't know how many they have packed in because it looks like it's really short. But yep. And then we have Freedom Games at 12:30. And then who I've never heard of, but maybe I have heard of. When I see them, maybe it is something I've heard of. At 1 p.m. And then obviously the next big one for the day, we got Capcom at 2:30. That should be a nice one, which is really cool because it's actually kind of short. So I don't know how content packed it's going to be.
Yeah, it's half an hour. And they already announced that they're going to be talking about Monster Hunter and Resident Evil. So that'll probably take a good chunk of it. And I'm curious to see if they'll have enough time to maybe announce some new stuff. I'm always hoping for Mega Man Legends 3. Or just port 1 and 2.
And we'll see, because Nintendo's Direct is only 40 minutes, but they seem to always pack a lot of announcements into it. So we'll see how Capcom does it. They've done a few digital events this year, but most of them focused on singular games. So we'll see what happens. Razer at 3 o'clock. Razer does have a gaming phone, by the way, guys. So I expect them to talk about that. But they also have accessories and gaming accessories and show off their latest headsets and keyboards and mice. And I assume they just want their own segment at the end of the day. And who knows, they might be partnering with certain games, and you might be able to see some games there too. And then obviously Tuesday's the big day. I know a lot of my followers look forward to because that is the day of Nintendo. It's pretty much the only thing that happens that day. Sorry, Bandai Namco. I know you're also there too. But I'm
excited for Bandai Namco because Tales of Arise looks amazing. I love the Tales of
and here's the thing,
series.
Bandai Namco,
and Scarlet Nexus comes out this month. It's like 2 weeks.
The big thing everyone wants to see is Elden Ring, but
right.
That's really. If they have Elden Ring, that could steal the show because they're going to be one of the final big studios. I think they are the final big studio going. So they got the pre-show at 8 o'clock. Remember Pacific time for everyone. 9 a.m. is Nintendo's Direct. And then they have 3 hours of Treehouse. So literally it's pretty much 4 hours of Nintendo. That's the longest anyone has a time slot for. So we'll see. Nintendo sometimes unveils new things during Treehouse as well. They've done this in the past at E3. So we'll see what happens. They have a lot of time to do something. We know there's going to be gameplay at least. Then Bandai Namco follows up Nintendo at 2:25 p.m. So that's one of the last big ones. And they have an hour slot, it looks like. So they might have a lot to talk about. And then we got Eureka Studio, who I didn't look up. I'm presuming they're an indie studio, because I don't recognize them. But I'll know what I'm talking about on Tuesday when we bring them up next week.
Yeah, I've never heard of Eureka Studio either.
Yeah,
and it's funny.
There might be
the chat can't see it, but their studio is spelled. It's not like Eureka. It's YOOREKA.
Yeah, it's weird. Might even be pronouncing it wrong.
Maybe it's Eureka. Yeah, I don't know.
Eureka. No. Anyways, maybe they have made a game. Here's the thing. Some of the indie games I played, I don't always know the studios behind them, so it's possible maybe I have played one of their games. I have no clue. And then we have at 3:35. So it's a really short thing. So they got to be showing off one game. They got a 5-minute spot. So I'm sure they got a 4-minute showcase of whatever game they're working on. Then at 3:35, they have GameSpot.
You're right. 5 minutes.
What? Oh, you're looking them up?
No, I was just saying you're right. It's I didn't realize it's 3:30 to 3:35. I think that's the shortest spot of the show.
Yeah, it's surprising that they even have that separated out. But I mean, they wanted to be sandwiched between Bandai Namco and GameSpot. Apparently, they didn't want to go on the same day as the rest of the indies. So we'll see. Maybe it'll blow our mind. Maybe it'll be the game of the show. I have no idea.
They will steal the show with that 5 minutes.
You never know. If it's something I don't think the studio's that big, but if it is like something that drops like an Elden Ring type of surprise, you never know. I mean, all it could take is just one announcement. I mean, think about it. Like, what if, like they had the Breath of the Wild 2 stuff, and then all of a sudden they say, oh, by the way, we're also began work on Breath of the Wild 3. That would steal the whole show.
Yeah.
It would steal the whole show if they announced something like that. Now, granted, that's obviously a massive, long-tenured franchise, but...
I'm intrigued by what they have on Steam, a martial art open world adventure game.
All right.
Built with Unreal 4 engine.
All right.
I haven't heard of any of their games, the titles, but I'm intrigued by that concept.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. They obviously paid for that 5-minute spot all to themselves to not be part of. Like, they could have been probably part of the indie showcase, and they're like, nope, we want our own 5 minutes. So we'll see what happens. Then we have GameSpot Play for All showcase. We'll see what happens there. GameSpot does showcases almost every single E3. They usually have developers on and gameplay and all that. IGN usually does as well. I notice IGN doesn't have any of their own slots here, but they are a media partner of E3. They have their own like pre-show show going on same time we do, same time ESA does. So they'll have their own stuff. That's the hard thing when you're following E3 is like there's so many places doing all these shows and getting dev interviews and all. Like it can be really hard to follow it all. We're gonna try our best during our show to try to make sure we don't miss anything important because there's always lulls, and maybe during those lulls we can draw in maybe a big names on IGN. We're going to have a lot of stuff happening to see if we have to flip over to different streams, which, assuming we don't get in trouble for that, we'll get in that later. And then the official E3 2021 awards show, probably the thing I'm least interested in. That's at 4:45.
But how else are we going to know who wins E3?
Oh, yeah, how else are we going to know who wins E3 unless the E3 tells us who wins E3?
E3's got to tell us who wins E3.
Which is cool. I think it's probably more important for the developers and the publishers, like, to get recognized than it is necessarily for fans to really care, but it's going to start fan wars. It always does.
Could you imagine at the end?
You know who's not going to win E3, at least as of right now, is content creators trying to stream it.
Yep, right.
Trying to get the credentials to co-stream the event.
Oh, yes. We will get to that. Oh, you know what?
Okay.
You brought it up. Let's just talk about that right now.
Yeah.
Then we'll go back to our predictions. So, you've been commenting with the E3 guy on Twitter when they put out tweets and like saying something to him. I have, and he went back and forth with me a few days. Like I think on Sunday or Saturday, he went back and forth.
I haven't even gotten a response.
Yeah,
and
they responded to me last week, and they said,
that
"Oh,
he's seen my tweets because they get the most likes of any responses he has, and he replies to other people."
That's weird.
But he just doesn't reply to me, and it's crazy because he tweeted, "Reply to this if you need help with your registration."
Yep. And you tweeted that.
I would have never replied if he didn't tell me to, and then he ignores my replies. And it's,
when you're like the top reply, it's weird. So for those who don't know what we're talking about, all right, there's these ways to register for E3. There's media registration first, then content creator registration, and then fan registration, which all registration is open right now. When I asked randomly, I can't remember what tweet it was. They weren't even asking about it. I just tweeted them. I said, hey, like, when am I going to hear back about content creator things? I don't know if I really care about being an official co-stream partner, but it would be kind of cool to know I'm not going to get in trouble. Because right now I don't know. Now, I've obviously live stream reacted to E3 every year, but this is such a different year. ESA is actually running all these press conferences and running this whole show, so I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble or not. So I'm like, hey, can I just get a response either way? Is it yes or no? It is what it is. I just want to know, because they said you would respond with yes or no when you signed up for it. And they said, well, we're finishing up media over the weekend. We'll get to content creators on Monday. Well, it's Tuesday. It's going to be Wednesday tomorrow. E3 is in 4 or 5 days. If you haven't got through content creators yet, 1, you probably never will. And 2, you're not going to get through to fans who are trying to get in as well. I think that's why they're ghosting me on the replies, because I think that they are not going to get back to anyone. Yeah, and see, they responded to me, which made me think, oh, they're going to. But the way the guy put it is, was that last week that they responded to you? Yeah, last week, yep. See, I didn't reach out till this week, so I think after the weekend they realized that we can't handle this. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think the ESA does no idea what they're doing. They have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah.
They always tell us when we go to E3 in person, oh yeah, use our app, log on their app. It's the most useless thing ever. It's not gonna help. It's gonna confuse you more than it helps. Like it's dumb. Like you want to spend because we're out there all 3 days. Basically the first day, okay, yeah, let's get in line for like the one big thing we want to do. But besides that, walk around and scope the place out and figure out what the hell you're doing because the app is not gonna help you. So I found it really strange. They keep pushing the app, oh, it's all digital. You're gonna have virtual booths. Your app's gonna be crashed. No one's gonna be able to access anything. Whatever virtual booths you have, all the information is going to be released by these companies independently. Anyways, any trailers, any screenshots, you're not going to need the app. But one thing we do need as content creators is potential permission to actually co-stream it. Now, they have some official co-streamers, which are clearly massive creators they reached out to ahead of time to partner with, just like with media companies. Because we've seen even today, they put out a couple tweets today with a couple content creators that are really massive with millions of followers. It's like, okay, well, you obviously reached out to them independently, and they're part of it. So what about the rest of us? E3 is as big as it is because of content creators in general these days, anyways. Now, way back in the day before social media, sure, it was on TV, it was broadcasted, it was you needed like G4 TV to even hear about E3 back in the day. But nowadays, it's content creators that spread the word, and we are obviously heavily ingrained in the video game community with our own communities, and I mean, I'm streaming the thing either way. I just hope that after one day they don't decide to strike me, and then that's it. I can't stream anymore for the rest of E3. Yeah. Which the only thing I'm really worried about is Ubisoft because of Just Dance. But every year you got to for anyone who's streaming this event and you're streaming Ubisoft, you need to pay attention. The moment you see anything that remotely looks like someone dancing, hit mute.
Yep.
Because you will get copyright strike. Not by Ubisoft.
I wouldn't even stream Ubisoft. They just literally, someone that I follow on Twitter that had like 15,000 followers that just, posts like gaming news and stuff like that. I won't mention their account because I don't want them to get negative attention, but they literally just retweeted. They didn't tweet this themselves. They retweeted someone else that had posted a leak of an upcoming Ubisoft game, and they got their Twitter permanently suspended and had to start one from scratch.
Ouch.
And it's not being reinstated.
Dumb.
So
ouch.
I feel like Ubisoft's like really bringing the guns this year, not in a good way. I'm avoiding that
too,
one
right?
like the plague.
So they do stuff like that, and every year I've streamed them, I've gotten in trouble for the Just Dance stuff, which it's not really them, it's the music companies that ding in at Ubisoft themselves. Because Ubisoft will tell you every year it's safe to stream us, and then you play copyrighted music. It's not you that's the problem with the strikes, it's the music companies. It's weird too, because Ubisoft partnered with us to do giveaways during E3. Like they partnered with us and wanted us to give away some game codes during E3 for all platforms. So like one of the few giveaways as we have going on for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X happens because Ubisoft partnered with us. So if there's games that are out on there, Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Well, it's automated with them, right? Like they just, they won't manually like make sure, we gave these guys stuff to give away, so we won't, it's just automated.
Yeah.
They're just going to do it to everyone. That's why I'm avoiding
it. The person told me we can't wait for you to live react to our stuff, and I'm just like, if I do, I'm debating on muting your entire press conference.
Just put the CCs on.
And like putting it in its own little tiny window, and we just do whatever the hell we want to do, and we'll talk about what's happening on screen, but like I'm afraid to play any audio. I'm afraid to mention, like even advertise that we're streaming you on Twitter in case we say something you don't like.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's the thing. That's why I want to co-stream, because literally I don't want any money. I don't want any revenue. That's fine. E3, you can have it all. I just want to be able to live stream the event. And it's crazy that they haven't responded to me because I don't have the millions of followers like the partnered ones they have. But I have done live streams on YouTube with over 200,000 people in the chat. And those aren't even official gaming events. Those are just me doing my streams. Over 1 million total views on my launch day stream, my PS5 launch day stream.
Yep.
Which is insane. The chat's just like popping so fast you can't even read messages, even
in slow mode, it doesn't matter. Yep.
And exactly. So it's just like, obviously, like I feel like I have a lot to give to them. And I don't even want any compensation. I'm just excited because I love video games and I want to stream their event. And that's why it's frustrating to me.
Yeah, it is. And like I said, I'm doing it anyways. I'm just going to roll with the punches. I don't want to be... it's funny because I thought, if I find out they're going to punish people for streaming this if you're not an official co-streamer, which I kind of feel like, hey, if you don't get back to me, yes or no, I'm just going to presume it's a yes. Because I can't say you didn't tell me no.
Well, yeah.
Right.
But it's like, and I don't want to lose my streaming ability, but I thought about, do I live commentate this? Like, there's some YouTube channels out there now that realize, hey, we can't stream sports, but we can live commentate the plays as they're happening, and talk about it with people, and react. I'm like, oh, I could live commentate the entirety of E3 and not show anything. But also, like, you could literally just hop over and watch it for free on their YouTube channel. So, like, why would you watch my live commentating of something that you can already watch somewhere else? So it's like, I'm just going to risk it for the biscuit, they say.
Oh, yeah.
But like, it's like you, like, every E3, none of my E3 streams ever end up being monetized. Like, they might start out monetized, but they always get claimed. So there's some company somewhere that claims. I don't care about like actual copyright claims on my videos, especially live streams. Claim away. It doesn't bother me. It's the strikes. And that's what I want to, like, the only thing I'm afraid of during E3 is if we're not official co-streamers, will we get strikes that impact like us for weeks? You get one strike and you can't stream for 2 weeks. It's like, that's not cool. Now, granted, every strike I've ever had because of an E3 stream, I have successfully repealed it, but it's taken 48 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's most of E3. So,
Right.
I mean,
And the other thing is, I'm in such good standing with YouTube. I don't know if it's worth it for me to risk it. The thing I'm considering doing for E3, it's on the weekend, but maybe on the Monday and Tuesday, I stream looking for PS5 restocks, and then we keep it like, in the corner, like what you said.
mm-hmm.
If I don't get any like official authorization to co-stream it, I haven't decided what I'm gonna do.
Well, there's also something
if I don't stream, I'd be happy to come on as a guest over here in between streams. That would be
sure.
fun.
Sure, I got no problem with that. We always have room for more guests if you want to come on for some of that stuff, especially on some of those like the Microsoft Day. I think it'd be nice to have you on there, talking about some of the stuff that you might know a bit more about than I do.
Definitely.
We have some people coming on for the pre-show, but I have nobody coming on for after Microsoft's done and Bethesda's done to actually talk about what they showed. People that are really excited about this stuff besides myself. Like, dude, if they show Avowed, I'm gonna be so happy. That's one of my most hyped games from Microsoft right now is Avowed. But yeah, so the one thing you could do, this is just as a friendly suggestion, and I see some content creators that do this that are bigger. Because they can transfer enough of their audience. What they'll do is that if they're not sure, they'll just stream it on Twitch because they don't care if their Twitch account gets temporarily banned.
I'm not in the best standing with Twitch, is the thing.
So you're already banned on Twitch?
No, I'm not already banned. But so one time I was going to stream on Twitch because YouTube was down. So I made a Twitch and instantly got 10,000 followers on Twitch in like 10 minutes. And and then YouTube went back up. So I've never streamed on Twitch, but I have a Twitch account with a ton of followers. But my problem with Twitch, I don't know if you know this about me. I don't have the best relationship with Amazon, and Twitch is owned by Amazon.
Twitch is owned by Amazon, yeah.
Amazon doesn't like me because I've leaked some things. They went out of their way to make sure all my affiliate links that I was able to do for a time, they banned me for life from their affiliate program. That's how I know that they're not a fan of me. And so I would never trust having success on a platform owned by them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it was just a way to possibly react, and if they ban you, they ban you.
Well, I was going to say, then who really cares then if you get banned? I mean,
they already don't like you.
Stream away.
But it's also partially you're kind of showing support for them by being on their platform and driving viewers to their platform too.
Yeah,
in a way, it's kind of a give or take. And then like if he's able to get all those Amazon Prime subs, how like, oh, thank you for subbing, thank you, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, we don't like you, we're taking all that money away. Have a good day.
Yeah, and they would do that.
Amazon
They've done
you,
some very petty things to me already, but I don't want to get into that. But yeah.
No, I totally get that. Thankfully, I'm still in good standing with them, but I haven't really leaked much from them. But I think a lot of it I'm still in good standing because my affiliate account with them is actually through Zelda Informer, which no longer exists. So like,
Yes.
technically it's the Zelda Informer affiliate account, but it's in my name, so I can get away with it because technically my name is the name of my business. So it's kind of a workaround. I don't know if they realize I'm using it on the Nintendo Prime YouTube channel, but
Well, now they
there's
do.
there's no stipulations in my contract. I can put the links anywhere I want. They say so till they yell at me. They'll kick me out someday, I'm sure.
Interesting. Maybe
Yeah,
I'll do that one day, and then they'll realize that I'm posting them from my YouTube and ban that account as well. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, who? Oh, geez, who? What I don't understand is like when Amazon gets petty like that. All the affiliate count is you make a little bit of money, but you're also driving sales to their platform.
Yeah, so
That's a massive positive for them. Like, okay, we don't like you because of this, but also if you can drive us sales, that's great. But yeah, there's companies out there that can be extremely petty. As an example, guys, I love Nintendo. We'll never be a Nintendo partner at all.
Yeah.
Because they're petty.
Well,
You wanna know
also,
why?
I feel like
drink on my live
Nintendo
streams and
has
it's not
kind of
family friendly.
redone how they do the Nintendo partnerships. Like, obviously, I'm sure you follow Beat 'em Ups when he got dropped
Oh yeah.
earlier this year, and they did that to so many people, and now I feel like they will only partner with very small channels who are extremely like 11 out of 10, 12 out of 10 family friendly all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Those are the only ones I see that still are Nintendo ambassadors.
Oh yeah, like and that's the thing. Like people want me. Well, it's kind of weird too because I think a player Essence I think is actually still a partner with them, and I always found that weird because he can be quite crass at times in his live streams. I think Nintendo's just ignoring his live streams. Can't ignore mine. They're all over my channel. They get a lot of views, and I drink in almost every single one besides the podcast. So.
And
that's
might
not
be a few
considered
Gosh
family. I
Darns in
warn
there, too.
people. I'd be like, hey, be of age, drink responsibly. I do all the things that I feel like I should do because I don't want to encourage underage drinking or anything like that. I'm in my mid-30s. I don't have to worry about that stuff, but I do have children who I don't even let my own children watch my YouTube channel. Even though my content I don't think is really that bad. It's just one of those, but you watch it and then you might catch a stream and you'd be like, oh man, he's having a lot of fun. Well, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun, but like you can't have this fun. So.
Yeah.
I consider myself family friendly.
I would consider yourself.
But I don't do that to please brands.
Yeah.
The reason I do that is because a lot of like parents that are trying to get the PS5 or grandparents will watch my streams and then show me to their kids. And then like, the kids will love the hype sessions or whatever. And when I have so many people watching my streams, I always think about the kids that could be watching. And I just want to be a role model for them.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I would love to get really silly on streams. And sometimes I do like a late night stream at like 2 a.m. where
Those
it's
are
just
the best.
gameplay. It's not a drop stream.
Yeah.
And then things can get a little risque. But for the most part, I want to acknowledge those. And one thing that I just want to acknowledge in the chat is someone says, so Player Essence is family friendly, which is hilarious. And he was just on Nintendo's like official like channel. I think it was playing Monster Hunter.
Yeah,
But he's actually a really good friend of mine. I talk to him all the time.
Sure.
So I would say yes. I'm gonna say he is family friendly, and Nintendo made a great decision because he's amazing. Me and him have a video coming out this week.
Nice.
So yeah.
That's good. That's good, man. Yeah, I was just say, guys, I drink on stream. It's not gonna happen. It's okay. I don't really care. All you get in the ambassador program is early access to games. I'll buy them. It's cool. And Nintendo, by the way, doesn't hate me or anything. They Golan Harris and all, they still talk to me and everything and let me know about events and stuff. So it's not like they hate my channel. They realize my audience is primarily 18 plus. It's probably always going to be primarily 18 plus because that's the audience I cater to. There'll always be some children, of course. It is the way it is. Can't be a Nintendo channel without having some children. I get them DMing me all the time and they get annoyed with me because I don't respond. And I'm like, look, I have a feeling that you're like under the age of like 15. You're under 18. I really don't want to talk with you. That's when trouble happens. Even if I'm just helping you get a Switch Pro or something, like trouble happens if I feel like you're underage. I'm just gonna leave it alone.
Yep.
So,
That's all you gotta say. But you set the expectation, I think, really well for your channel as well. If I set the expectation, that I wasn't family friendly better, then I would be more okay doing it. But I don't, and then what's happened is all these families, and I am kind of I do like to, my personality, I like to be silly sometimes, but I also I like to be real a lot of the time, and I guess like kind of wholesome. I'm not trying to like stroke my own ego or whatever.
No,
it's just like
you're
who I
okay.
am as a person.
Yeah.
So I really embrace it. I like that. But that's why YouTube's amazing. There can be anything like super family friendly to super not family friendly and anything in between.
Yeah. That's what I like about this platform is I always tell people like I took my kids to when the last day of school, they had like an after school lunch at the park or whatever, and we went there and like there was like 3 kids from one of my kids' classes that came up and be like, I know you're Nintendo Prime. And I'm like, you're 8. Why are you watching my channel?
Yeah.
Like, do your parents know you watch me? And they're like, no, my parents don't know anything I do. And I'm like, okay, well,
that doesn't surprise me.
You're talking to a fellow parent. Would you like me to talk to your parents about that? Let them know that, like, yeah, I would say in general, if you're not watching my live streams, you're probably safe. There might be a swear word that drops once in a while, but bottom line is I always tell people I'm going to be me. And this is what I tell my kids. Because they've heard me swear, and I try to be, I'm usually a family-friendly guy. Like, I'm on this whole podcast, I haven't even said one swear word yet. But I will sometimes, and I'll drink, and I'll have fun. And I always tell my kids, look, there are certain things that at certain ages become more appropriate than at other ages. And when you're a kid, number one thing you need to learn is respecting people and respecting who you're around. And then obviously knowing the time and the place for certain things. And you guys are 5, 8, and 10. None of you guys know exactly when those instances are okay and not okay. And I said, you guys all go to private Catholic schools. You can't swear at school ever. You can't pretty much do anything that dad does ever. Just so you guys know, I went to those same schools. It's a no-no. But you're on your own. You're a teenager with your friends one day. Who cares? Have fun. So it's one of those situations that it's kind of like, they have to grow up and learn. And that's what I tell the friends. I'm like, hey, look, I'm not saying I'm the worst YouTuber you could watch. There's obviously a lot. I wouldn't call them trash tubers, but they're definitely YouTubers that I don't think children should be being influenced by. But unfortunately, everyone knows it happens. And parents, I always say that a lot of this is just a message to all parents out there. You pay attention to what your kids are doing, especially at these young ages when you give them phones and all that. Like, pay attention because you have no idea what's influencing them. When I heard that the parents didn't even know they were watching me, I was like, how they should know. Like, they might still say it's fine to watch me, but they should know that that's happening.
They probably see Nintendo in the name and like, it's fine.
Yeah. And I worry about that too because I have Nintendo in the name, and it's kind of like, but still, like. And the thing is, like, as people will probably say in the chat, well, your content is mostly family friendly. I'm like, it is to an extent, but like, I do swear sometimes. I'm not gonna not be me. I always view this is kind of like my escape from having to be a parent. I don't do this as a parent. I do this as myself. There's parent Nate.
My way around it is sometimes I will use some innuendo.
Innuendo. I heard Seesaw say in the chat that are you family friendly? There's some innuendo in there.
There's so sometimes I do stuff like that, but then I don't acknowledge it. It's like, so I'll say it and then I won't like laugh at my own joke or like I'll say it like a totally straight-faced random sentence, but people in the chat that are mature will pick up on it. It's like those old cartoons, right?
Your SpongeBob is what you are.
I mean, they'll pick up on it, and other people will just be like, oh, and like it's funny when I do something like that and like I can see like a kid that just takes it as a totally serious thing. They're like, oh yeah, me too, or whatever I say. So you love to see it. That's always fun. But I love that story of you getting recognized. Because that started happening to me recently, and it's wild. When that happens. So I typically only wear the bandana for YouTube. It's like a YouTube thing.
Sure.
But sometimes I will wear it out, especially like like if I'm just like want to just like throw some gel in my hair and like put my bandana on, not take a real shower. But if I wear the bandana out, like sometimes I feel like I have a greater than 50% chance of getting recognized just because I'm kind of in a small town in New Hampshire.
Yep.
So like the first time I got recognized was literally my first stream, like my first big stream on launch day when I went to pick up my PlayStation 5 that I got in that stream at Target. The other kid waiting to get his PS5, I was like, dude, we secured the bag. And he's like, did you just say secure the bag? And he's like, oh, that sounds so familiar. I actually wasn't wearing my bandana either. And he's like, wait, were you streaming today? And he's like, dude, I only have my PS5 because of you. And it was so crazy.
That's awesome.
And then like last week I was at Target, and this guy might have been in his 40s or 50s was like, hey, just so you know, like I was able to get both consoles because of you. He came up to me when I was looking in the video games.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, you know, my daughter's autistic, and like one of the things that really helps her a lot is having these games, you know, game consoles to play. And I love what you're doing. He almost made me cry. I wanted to talk to him longer, but I was there with my little sister, and she really wanted to get out of there, but we talked for a little bit. But that was just so special. And one of the things I'm really excited about now that quarantine's ending, I'm fully vaccinated, is conventions and being able to meet more people and stuff like that. I think that'll be really, really fun.
Yeah, it was kind of cool because this is one of the first times I was recognized in public as Nintendo Prime, which it was my children, which I wish that wasn't the first time. But it's also one of those. I used to run a really popular Zelda fan site that got millions of views a month. I was the editor-in-chief for like a decade, and I would get recognized everywhere.
Wow.
GameStop, ZeldaInformer.com. Used to run that back in the day.
Wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I would go everywhere, and I'd always Walmart, GameStop. There are people. Right? Eric was there once. I think one of the guys at Walmart recognized me as the guy who runs Zelda, which I thought was weird because I run a website. My face isn't really out there much. Yeah, right. But they recognized me anyways. I don't know really how that happened. It was kind of weird, but it's not like I hid. They must have Google searched me or something. But
possible.
But I'm like, I would get recognized all the time, and then after those days ended and I was doing Nintendo Prime, eventually people stopped recognizing me, and then all of a sudden now they're recognizing me as Nintendo Prime, which I kind of like because I was working for somebody else then.
Now with that fresh cut you got going.
Oh yeah, I did not look like this back in the Zelda Informer days at all. At all. I got the fresh hair right now. I've only had this beard going for 6 months. Otherwise, my whole life was clean shaved.
Wow.
I don't know what I was missing. This is the look. I should have been doing this my whole life. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Yeah. Can relate. I mean, I didn't start growing my beard until a couple years ago.
Well, it's one of those. I went to Catholic schools that require you to be clean shaved, and then I worked at McDonald's for a while. They require you to be clean shaved. So it's like, I just kind of kept it that way. And then my fiance is always like, "Oh yeah, I like you clean shaved." I'm like, "You've never seen me not clean shaved. How would you know?" And then all of a sudden, I didn't shave for like a few days. I was just because my stuff grows really fast, and I was just like, I guess I should shave. And she takes one look at me and she goes, "Nate, that is hot. You are keeping it." I'm like, sold, done, done deal. We're moving on.
So my thing is, the reason I didn't grow a beard is because it grows in not patchy but asymmetrical. So this side can be fully in, even all the way up to underneath my lip. But this side is exactly as is. It's just always like that. Yeah. So it would look this would connect.
Yeah. So you gotta
regularly.
maintain,
then I just realized if I just shave every day that little part and just make it look symmetrical.
Yeah, that's all it is.
It'll be good. It'll be good.
That's what it is. Yeah, there's because mine comes up a little up here, and I shave that down. Obviously, it goes down on the neck, and I shave that up and get a line. Yeah, it's just all about maintaining the look and maintaining what you think looks good. Especially when you're someone.
I'm jealous of the chat. They're getting bonus beard tips right now.
Yeah, bonus beard tips. Yeah, I'm just talking about our favorite beard creams and
oh Lord.
And I have a dye coming in because I got a few gray hairs, and I just want to see what it looks like if I dye because I didn't get to grow this out.
I dye my beard darker.
The gray hairs.
I'm open about that. I dye my beard darker because I'm blonder. You can kind of notice a little difference, right?
Yeah.
My hair is a little more blonde. Yeah. So I dye my beard.
Yeah, and I was because I never got to enjoy this when I was younger, and it would have not had the gray. So it's there's a few gray whiskers. I'm like, you know what? Let me just go a little darker. My fiance wants me to try straight black. We'll see. It might be too contrasty, but that's what she wants me to try. We'll see.
I'd be interested to see it. Well, the great news is if it doesn't work out, I mean, you
can't just end up washing it out. I was reading about it. It's you could do it, and you can just do it once a week, and you're fine. And I'm like, well, and then it's how easy is it to get rid of? You don't it's super easy. Just use this, use that, and it's gone, and you're back to your normal look. And it's well, that's easier than when you dye your hair. That's for sure.
Right.
Because I've done that. I've done frosted tips. I've done a lot of...
Yeah.
Love the frosted tips. Let's
Dude,
go.
I'm 90s kid, man. That's the way it is.
He was the boy band through and through.
Through and through, man. Backstreet Boys for life.
Backstreet
Poor
Boys,
Eric.
let's go.
All right.
What? I got gray hair too.
Somewhere. Where is it?
I do in my
Well,
beard.
you clean shaved the
I
other
clean
day and looked
shaved
like a
my- yeah, I
pubescent
did.
12-year-old
I know.
boy, so I wasn't
I
sure what was
lose.
going
I
on.
lose 10 years when I freaking shave.
I know. You
don't
look
grow-
like you were
it's
back
weird.
and just going through puberty again.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Crazy. I wish I could shave and look that young. It's
Yeah,
not the way
it's not.
the way it looks for me. All right, let's get a little bit into some of these predictions for E3. I will start with Ubisoft. So I just want to get into this is the stuff that we know they have going on or have announced in the past. So for the pre-show, they're going to be focusing on current games. They have a new season for For Honor coming out on the 10th. So that's this Thursday when potentially they might even mention it during the Summer Game Fest. Watch Dogs Legions got a zombie mode, and their invasion mode got delayed to August. So they might end up talking about that. And they also have Aiden Pierce from Watch Dogs 1 and Wrench from Watch Dogs 2. Those are playable in July. So those are some things they might talk about. Besides that, I have no idea. They have a bunch of games going on. Rainbow Six Siege, are they going to... I have no idea. There could be other stuff. For their full show, they do have Rainbow Six Extraction already talked about. For those who wonder, what the hell is that? That's previously known as Rainbow Six Quarantine. They changed the name. Far Cry 6 that they've announced. And there's been a leak out there, supposedly, for The Division Heartland. Hasn't been confirmed, but the leak seems pretty solid on that. Riders Republic is a sports MMO that was supposed to come out in February. Got delayed indefinitely. Don't know what's happening with that. They might do some Assassin's Creed Valhalla DLC because they have like a roadmap for Valhalla. There's not supposed to be a new Assassin's Creed game this year. So doesn't mean they won't show one
Surprise.
or tease one, but they've already announced there won't be a new one this year. They're relying on the Valhalla DLC. We know that there's a Star Wars game that they kind of sort of announced they're working with Lucasfilms on back in January. The Massive Entertainment Group, the one that makes The Division, supposedly is working on it. Don't know if we'll see it, but that is something that they did confirm is happening. So that's when people were all like, wait a second, EA doesn't have exclusivity on Star Wars anymore? Nope. They pulled that after all that Battlefront 2 backlash. They pulled that in a hurry.
But didn't EA make The Last Jedi?
Yes. Yeah, EA still makes Star Wars games.
Okay.
Absolutely. It was an exclusivity contract. And that was the first time we found out that, they don't have exclusivity anymore. Well, yeah, you think Disney liked getting messages from fans about bad stuff?
I really wish the NFL
So
would follow
Nick
suit.
Forrest said in the chat what I was thinking, which is, this is Nintendo Prime. What about Mario Rabbids 2?
Yeah.
Or just like, maybe they can't collab with Nintendo on it, but maybe like now that we've seen how fun a Rabbids game can be, because I'd never played one before that, maybe, they do a Rabbids game and do a collab with one of their other, Ubisoft franchises.
They could.
I really love the gameplay. I think they did an amazing job.
Oh, Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom was great. It was one of my favorite Ubisoft games in a
Oh, yeah.
long time. I mean, they have a lot of good games. Like they have the Avatar project they announced back in 2017. That's supposed to be the official game for the Avatar franchise. No idea what happened to that. The Settlers. I was really looking forward to the Settlers. I like these city building games. That was supposed to be out in 2019, then 2020. Now we have no idea what the hell's going on with it. Skull and Bones supposedly got rebooted. Sucks. I was looking forward to that one. Beyond Good and Evil.
I'm not familiar with the Skull and Bones.
Yeah, Skull and Bones. So like when they came out with Assassin's Creed 4, and they were doing that whole ships at the sea thing, they kind of decided, hey, what if we took this and turned it into like this giant pirate game, and make our own new IP out of it? And they did that. And
That's such a good idea. The pirate stuff was so great in that game.
Yeah, so
how did I
they
not
did
know
that
about
and they announced it, and then it vanished, and now rumor has it they had to reboot it, so I don't know when the hell we're going to see that. It's probably being rebooted as a next-gen only game, I assume.
Oh man, that would be amazing.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Beyond Good and Evil, everyone remembers that 2018 reveal.
Mhm.
We were kind of anticipating it, but also, are they really going to do it? It's been so long. And now it's been a few years, and we still haven't seen anything, and now you wonder, did it enter development hell? I have no idea.
Right.
Because it was a cinematic trailer. We didn't actually see gameplay. So it's like,
Mhm.
Ubisoft tends to do that a lot, where you get these cinematic kind of trailers, and the real game ends up not necessarily looking as good. And I don't really care if it looks as good. I just care that it exists. I love that franchise.
Right.
Roller Champions. That was supposed to come out this year, supposed to come out last year, but then COVID. That's coming to Switch. That is one that's been previously announced for Switch.
Nice.
And then maybe teasing a new Assassin's Creed game if they want to tease it. I don't know if they will. But that's just the stuff that we kind of know about. That doesn't mean there's always stuff we don't know about. And that's always what gets, exciting sometimes, are the things that we don't know about. Because they have like that one racing game I always forget about that hasn't had a new game in a while. I don't know, like, the thing that's not on this list is obviously Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle 2. That's been talked about in some circles as that might exist. Some have suggested it's not Mario, but it's Donkey Kong plus Rabbids, because it's Donkey Kong's 40th anniversary. But they had that Donkey Kong DLC.
Are they expanding on that?
For that. I mean, maybe they could expand it to its own mode, but some people didn't. I don't know. Some people didn't like that DLC. I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
It wasn't as good as the original game, but I mean, I'm sorry, when you have an opera singing Rabbid boss title, like, nothing.
That was so epic. I remember
awesome.
like when that happened, and like I wasn't ready for it. And I was just like, it kept happening, and I was blown away. That was so cool. They did such a good job with that game.
So, did you ever play? Was it Conker's Bad Fur Day back in the day?
I did. I own it. I've never beaten it though.
Have you ever gotten to the Great Mighty Pooh fight?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it reminded me of.
Was it supposed to be like a throwback to that?
Yeah, because it was the guy singing in an opera voice about himself and the Great Mighty Pooh, and how I'm gonna throw my shit at you and all this stuff, and you're like running around and you're fighting him, and every time you progress in the fight, he sings some more of the song, and that's exactly what happened in the Rabbids game. Was every time you progress a little bit, he'd sing more of the song, and he's always singing about himself, and it felt like an homage back to that game. That was one of my favorite games as a kid, so it's kind of like, man, that's awesome.
Yeah,
I haven't seen a boss fight like that.
That makes sense. It was really cool in Mario and Rabbids though, because obviously like the graphics are just so so beautiful as compared to what Conker's was. Conker's an amazing game, wicked fun, but that's what really got me was the spectacle.
When that got ported.
Yeah,
it was really good. On the Xbox. Although they messed up the multiplayer.
Yes,
I'm always going to say the multiplayer of the N64 version of Conker was way better than Xbox. I don't know why they changed it, but the single player was better on Xbox because it just looked a lot better. God, that's another one. Like, hey, Microsoft, if you're never going to make another one, can you just remake that, please? Just remake it. That'd be great. That one
or for Smash
and the banjo. Oh my gosh!
As Jake said, for Smash for sure.
Yes.
I could just see him winding up with the frying pan and just.
Well, and now we have the new render for Banjo-Kazooie, and that's in Smash and looks fantastic. It's like, man, can we just get some Banjo-Kazooie again?
Yeah, like obviously they got Banjo, so rare characters are on the table.
Right. I keep hoping for Conker to get in, but I don't know. We'll see. I know some people want Master Chief and stuff as well, which I totally understand, and I think Microsoft would be fine with that.
Yeah.
Whether or not Nintendo wants to do that, I have no idea, because I feel like, this is getting ahead of ourselves in the Nintendo talk, but if you put Master Chief in Smash Bros., I feel like there's going to be this expectation from Nintendo fans that, well, then what Sony character are we getting? Because that's Microsoft's mascot. Right. Are we going to get, Ratchet and Clank in there or something? And it's like, I don't think Sony's going to play ball. I've got a feeling that they're not going to play ball with Nintendo to put a character in Smash, even though there's like no negative thing that happens. It's not going to hurt their sales.
No.
If anything, it'll bring more attention to their franchises. Especially to Nintendo. Like Ratchet and Clank, I think would be a perfect one to draw Nintendo fans to. I
don't think Nintendo would do that because, they're okay with Banjo doing it, even though Microsoft owns that because there's no Banjo games, I guess. And also, Microsoft has been cool with Nintendo letting some of their games come to the Switch. But Sony, they wouldn't. I don't think they would add a character to Smash to promote a game that would never come to their console, right? Like Ratchet and Clank. If they added that to Smash, that would just help Sony.
Sure.
It really wouldn't help Nintendo at all. You know what I mean?
Yes and no, because you could get a lot of people buying that DLC character individually, and Nintendo would make money off of that. And it could potentially draw PlayStation fans.
But if people liked it so much that they got a PS5 and realized, oh, I like the PS5 so much better than the Switch, then they're going to be buying games for the PS5 instead of buying games for the Nintendo. I think it would hurt them in the long run. You know what I mean?
I think it's a give or take, because I think you also have Sony guys that might be like, oh, wait, the best-selling fighting game of all time now has my favorite character in it. Maybe I should go buy a Switch and check it out. It's only $200 to get a Switch Lite.
But really, though, like if you're a Sony guy, like, and you haven't gotten a Switch with Smash Brothers with all the characters they have by now, would you really buy a Switch just for Ratchet being in Smash. You know what I mean?
I have no idea, to be honest. Like for me, it's kind of like, look, I'm a big Zelda guy, so like, if there's something Zelda happening on a PlayStation 5, I'm gonna go buy it. So I'm also a hardcore fan. So maybe I don't know if Ratchet & Clank has hardcore fans. I have no idea.
I'm sure they do a little bit.
I'm sure every franchise probably has the hardcore fans that'll go anywhere their IP's at. But I don't know. I mean, and by the way, guys, like it's well known that Switch is massive crossover audience with PC gamers and PlayStation and Xbox because a lot of people like it as a companion system because these systems aren't portable. This one is. But obviously, people only have a finite amount of time. Like I can own all these platforms, but I don't have time to always play them all. So that's kind of how it goes there as well. So I have no idea. I don't think Sony would play ball anyway, so I don't really think it's.
Well, they didn't even play ball with what, Minecraft in crossplay?
Oh, let's not get into the crossplay stuff.
So why would they play ball with?
And then then the reasons. Well, yeah, I don't want to go down that road.
So
that's
to think Sony would ever play ball with that would be.
Well, Sony won't play ball with Microsoft. That's obvious.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. We'll see what happens. I mean, they do have cross-platform play now, but then they have some weird contract things in it. I don't understand what Sony's doing.
Yeah.
I mean, I get what they're doing. They want everyone to just buy a PlayStation and play on PlayStation. I mean, that's just what they're doing. I can't blame them for that. That's
right.
There's nothing wrong with that. I have a PlayStation because of it, so.
Yeah.
You know? And I, by the way, I like the PlayStation 5, guys. It's fun. It really is. I keep saying this. I'm like an hour away from finishing Miles Morales because I haven't sat down to actually finish it off because I don't know what I'm waiting for. It's like I'm enjoying it so much I don't want it to end.
Well, it's like me with Breath of the Wild.
Because when it ends, I know I'm moving on to the next game. I don't really replay games as much as I used to anymore now that I'm a parent. So it's kind of like I don't want it to end. So I'm just kind of salivating the ending of that game. Even though I know it's all over the internet, I've avoided it. I've avoided the spoilers. So,
good job.
Yeah. I mean, I always say when people are like, oh, spoil. I mean, I don't think it's that hard to avoid spoilers. Just stop looking for stuff about that game.
Don't click on anything with that game in the title. Done.
Oh, ending of Miles Morales. Okay, don't click.
Right.
Right.
You know, yeah, someone might message you and spoil it. I guess you can't do anything about that. But
no. But
I'm a Nintendo guy, so I guess it's easier for me to avoid spoilers for other consoles.
Yeah.
Plus, I enjoy spoilers for Nintendo. Maybe I would enjoy spoilers for other systems more if I don't know. Anyways, do you have any games you want to see from Ubisoft besides the Mario plus Rabbids stuff?
From Ubisoft specifically, well, obviously we're going to see more Far Cry 6, and I'm not like the biggest Far Cry fan, but I am really excited to see. I forget his first name, Esposito, the guy in Breaking Bad, Gustavo Fring. I think it's really cool that he's in the game, so I'm interested in it for that. But also, just based on the trailers and stuff, I bet he'll probably get killed off like in the first hour of the game, and not really be in it that much. Even though they're using him heavily in the marketing material, it seems like the story will be based on his son. But I'm still really excited for it. It looks like a true next gen game, but I believe it's coming to previous gen consoles as well, right? But still, I'm definitely looking forward to that. I hope they change up the formula a little bit because that's why I'm not too big on Far Cry recently, because it seems like the sports games of like shooter games, like it's just copy and paste. Same thing every year. There's not really a deep story to it. It's, the Ubisoft formula. You go find a tower, scout out the area, like do a bunch of side quests. So I would love to see them kind of evolve that a little bit.
Yeah. Eric, is there anything you're looking forward to from Ubisoft? Obviously, I'm assuming Mario plus Rabbids.
Just Rabbids.
Just
anything Rabbids.
Anything Rabbids.
Anything Rabbids. That comes to Switch.
He's always liked Rabbids.
Yeah. I'm a stupid humor guy, and that's right my way.
Even the show. The slapstick, non-talking comedy in the show is pretty good.
Yeah. I think it would be interesting to see like a Zelda Rabbids crossover with swords instead of.
Don't even tease me. You might as well just tell me a Zelda Dungeon Maker's coming, and I'm just gonna.
I mean, that's a possibility.
I'm gonna have to walk off the set,
right? Yeah. I mean, that's a possibility too. That'd be awesome. And we've talked about that.
Yeah, we have talked because they also have a partial one in Link's Awakening.
Right. But outside of that, I mean, I don't have the systems that most of these games are on. Besides, I guess a PC, but so it's
What's that? I guess a PC. What, PC gaming not real to you, bro? PC gaming not real to you? You used to PC game all the time.
I barely game now the way it is.
Well,
that's the Switch.
And you don't even have kids.
Yeah.
Well, my kids like games, though, so it gives me an excuse to play them more.
Right. Wow. Fun. So, I mean, to really say that I have anything exciting expected, unless there's like a big game that's coming to Switch, no. I mean, just Rabbids.
Man.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Boo.
It happens.
All right.
They're doing the Prince of Persia too, but they just announced that that's delayed.
Yeah, they said it's not going to be there.
That.
I know.
Yeah.
I was really looking forward to that. The Sands of Time. I want to see what they do with it because I know there was some tepid reception when they first showed it, and it's like, okay, well then you're reworking it a bit. Let's see what happens. And I was a big Prince of Persia guy back in the day, especially when the one they had on GameCube. I can't remember which one that was. I played the hell out of that one.
Didn't they have a few?
Yeah,
I didn't play them on GameCube.
I think it was Sands of Time was the one I really got.
There was a trilogy on the PS2.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming those were all on GameCube as well.
I got deep into Sands of Time. I love that one. So we're not going to get that at E3. At least I'll give Ubisoft this. At least they're tempering the expectation. Be like, hey, look, we're not going to show these. So, like, don't expect them. I like that. Just like Capcom said, hey, you are going to see this. Okay, cool. Like it's kind of to I always tell people hype responsibly, especially after everyone got so upset over Switch Pro. It's like hype responsibly. So it's kind of like, hey, these companies are helping you hype responsibly. They're letting you know.
Right?
Yeah.
Like they're letting you know. The only one who's not is Nintendo. They're not even teasing a game they're going to show like they usually do. They usually have their E3 built like, oh yeah, we're going to have Odyssey here. We're going to have Zelda here. We're going to have Luigi's Mansion. We're going to have Pokemon here. And they're like, we're not telling you anything. So good luck hyping responsibly for Nintendo when they're not even hinting at anything. Complete mystery.
Out the window.
Yeah, the thing about Nintendo, though, is like, if they just have one really cool thing, it makes it up for them. You know what I mean? As long as their last, 15 seconds, right?
That
if they
one more
show
thing.
a logo that says Metroid Prime 4, even though it's not coming. Like they did in 2017. If they just do that, people are like, oh, Nintendo wins E3, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean?
It was like the last Nintendo Direct. People were kind of like, okay, yeah, whatever. And all of a sudden, oh, we have one more thing. You always have one more thing. And when you don't, it shocks people. And then they drop Splatoon 3, and you're like, no, okay, nobody saw Splatoon 3 come. Okay, cool. Splatoon's become a massive franchise now, 10 million plus sellers. So,
yeah, I think what Nintendo could do, that would really, I think, cause a lot of hype is they announce, there's 2 fighters left in Smash, right?
Yep.
So they announce both of them, and then say there's another fighter pack coming with 6 more characters, and then at the very end they announce one of those, so 3 total. And I think it would be cool if they announced Crash Bandicoot, Tom Nook from Animal Crossing. I think would really help sell a lot of copies of Smash, because there's so many Animal Crossing players that don't play Smash at all.
Yeah.
But maybe they would once they find out that Isabelle and Tom Nook
are a huge crossover at all. Yeah.
And then something else, maybe Waluigi, and they're and there's going to be 5 more characters that we'll announce this year. I think that would just
you're just giving everyone. You're just saying everything that people want at this point. Man, no wonder people like you so much. Jake. You just give the people what they want. Yeah. What they want to hear. What they want to hear.
That's why we're here, though. It's fun. It's fun to talk about our wish list, right? Even if it's not likely to happen, that would be the fun thing. I'll tell you right now, Sony isn't going to be at E3, obviously, but maybe they'll have a state of play or something.
Sure.
During E3. But if you want to talk about really what's never going to happen, which is my most wanted thing, is a new PlayStation handheld.
I don't think they're going to do that. Steam might have one.
They're definitely not, but how cool would it be?
Yeah. I felt bad. The Vita
or even just a device that can't run games on its own, but can run them off your PS5 with remote play really, really well with Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So, it could be a PS5 portable. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but it's actually using your PS5 hardware to run.
Because Microsoft has that remote play feature with tablets and stuff, and I've been a little bit underwhelmed.
Sony does too.
I've been a little bit underwhelmed. I've been having a hard time getting controllers to sync properly, even though they're hooked up to the. I don't know. Maybe it's a me problem. Could just be a me problem. And I know Sony's got the remote play features as well. I've just never gotten either of them to work well. So like a dedicated device that's designed for that to me would just be, mwah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would just be so excited. I just built this PSP basically from the ground up. It's like a custom shell, and I put a brand new screen, brand new buttons. I modded it so it has like a huge amount of memory built in. There's already like 200 games on it because of like I backed up my whole library basically and just like put it on here. So I've been doing this project, and so this has like got me really excited for Sony handhelds again. And I'll have a video on this at some point. It was a massive undertaking. Like, have you seen people who take apart the Switch Joy-Cons?
Yep, I've done it.
It's like that, but even worse because it's an entire console. The parts are like, you can't even see them. They're so little. But anyways, that's like doing this project has made me just really want that Sony to make another portable again.
Yeah, I owned a PSP and a Vita. Ironically enough, they were like the only PlayStation platforms I really dove into, and I back then, anyways. And I do miss them because it was kind of nice having also platforms that tried to push a little bit of that bleeding edge of the mobile space. Where not that I'm fine with Switch, but like it's also I know there's more powerful mobile chips and more powerful this and more powerful that. It's kind of cool to have that. But Sony was the company that tried to realize the home console gaming on the go. I always felt like the only reason they missed the mark, or didn't find the success I feel like they should have, was because when you played like, I don't know, like what was that? The Uncharted game they made for Vita, I think it was, or was it PSP? One of the two.
Golden Abyss. Golden Abyss.
Yes.
That was like one of the first Vita games I ever beat. It was amazing.
Yeah, great game. But then, like, you go and you play, the other Uncharted games on PS4, and it's kind of like, it's a great game, but it feels like it's a slice out of the much bigger games. At least that's the way it felt like to me.
I would argue that the Uncharted game on the Vita runs and looks way better than the first Uncharted on the PS3.
Sure.
Not better than Uncharted 2 or Uncharted 3, but for that time, like I think it was 2013. Because I mean that was really, really good to have like basically a game that looked better than a PS3 game running on a handheld almost 10 years ago now. That's insane.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane. I remember playing some MLB games on it that I'm like, man, this is as good as the console stuff. I don't know what the hell's going on here. I think like for Nintendo, I think the reason why they're succeeded is because everything's on that platform. It's not a separate like. You're not getting Breath of the Wild on a home console and then getting Link's Awakening on the handheld. It's all one. And not saying that Sony could have did that. And obviously, they did the remote play as well with Vita and stuff with PlayStation 3 and into PlayStation 4. So they tried to kind of make it where you could play everything on it, but it was never local. Would have been really interesting if they would have made some of those PS3, PS4 games, their bigger ones, fully cross over with their handheld and have like a localized version. I think that would have really helped it, especially if they would have had cross-save features. But obviously, we don't need to dive too deep into that. I was not happy with the way.
How crazy would it be though if Sony just dropped that and Nintendo did not drop the Switch Pro? So like after E3, you know what I mean? Wouldn't that just be wild?
I'll tell you guys right now. I know Nintendo acts like they don't care about competition, but if it drops and it's now the new hot thing people are talking about. They're going to drop the Switch Pro the following week. I'm just letting you know. Nintendo ain't going to let Sony have all that attention taken away from them. But yeah, it's not. Sony's been very clear they're not doing that. And I mean, maybe they're going to shock everyone, but they're not going to do it at E3 because they're not there. So again, though,
are you into VR at all? Because I do hope that Sony, during the E3 time window, talks about the PSVR 2 a little bit.
Yeah, I just don't think they're going to, like. I was looking at their schedule of stuff. It looks like they have the Summer Game Fest, and they don't have anything happening until like later this month. So I don't know if they're.
Well, there's nothing announced now, but I think they just, you know what I mean, just say one day that they're just, have it. We could wake up tomorrow and see on Twitter that Sony's doing a state of
Twitter
play.
announcement trailer drop. Here's PSVR. Yeah, 'cause everyone's kind of waiting on that. See, I'm not big into VR. But I'll admit, I'm really glad that Sony's deep into it because I think they're making VR more accessible than some of these other, PC-based units. And yeah, I know there's like the Quest that's all wireless and its own contained thing, but because it's its own contained thing, you're also limited to only certain types of games unless you hook it up to a PC.
Well, I have the Quest 2. I think it's amazing, and the library is actually massive.
Yeah.
And they just announced an accessory that will allow you to play your PC games without a link cable.
Oh, I was wondering when they were going to do that because I know the technology's there. It's just no one's really...
They didn't give a release date. They announced it though.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one. That's a big one. So yeah, like I'm really into this stuff. So I'm not big into VR. My kids love VR. Oh my god. When the day that I retired my Nintendo Labo VR, they cried, and I said, "You guys don't even know. Like this isn't like this is a neat little trick."
Mm-hmm.
And then I took them to because I'm not that big into VR. Although Half-Life Alyx is pretty good. But when I took them out to what is that, Action City or whatever, and they had VR games there, and they tried out real VR, and I think it was the Oculus there, and they were like, "This is awesome." I'm like, "Yeah, I get it. It's not for me. I get kind of sick playing VR games, but yeah, I'm dude. I want to know what they're doing because I believe that VR. Well, I'm not sure if it'll ever be this ultra mainstream thing, just like everyone thought 3D movies and all that stuff without, nothing, never really quite hits mainstream. Or at least not yet. I don't know. I think there's going to be someday when we literally can put on sunglasses.
I mean, I feel like that's such a basic game. Everyone's tried it. Who's tried VR, but that's still one of my favorites. Have you tried that one?
Yeah.
That one, that one's so fun. Like, because it feels like you have lightsabers. Yeah. And with
like
the Quest,
to me, it's like the Wii wireless VR games.
I can
do VR.
I can go beat it in my living room. I can beat it in the kitchen. I can beat it before I go to sleep at night. You know what I mean? Yeah. I love being able to beat it parked outside of a school. It's amazing. Remember when we were talking about innuendos earlier?
Yeah.
But anyways, tell me more.
Beat it.
Yeah.
No one wants to beat it. Anyways, so let's get to Xbox Bethesda. So I went through what they have announced. This isn't quite everything, but it's a lot. Obviously, Avowed, they showed off last July. It's a first-person RPG set in the Pillars of Eternity world, which I really like Pillars of Eternity. So I'm really pumped about that one, but we'll see. I've heard they might not be showing it, but the problem with Microsoft, a lot of things they announced seem to be like they're really far away. But they only recently bought a lot of these studios, so I guess what do we expect? Bright Memory Infinite. Obviously, first-person shooter. What's really crazy about that one is people thought the visuals on it looked really good. This was before the system's launched. That's made by one person, supposedly. So it's a one-person studio. I don't know how he's pulling it off, but we'll see on that one. Fable 4, obviously, the way they presented that made that feel like that was really far away. The one that I thought was weird we didn't see last July.
I forgot about that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. They announced the Series X with it back at the Game Awards in 2019, and we haven't seen it since. So I'm wondering, I feel like that might be one of the ones that might be further along than we realized, because that was one of the ones they showed the system off with. But we'll see. Ark Survival 2, people remember...
that looked amazing.
Yeah, that looked really good. And people remember Survival Evolved, not necessarily for being like an amazing game, but being a game that crippled every system it ran on, including PCs. It became like the new Crysis. You're just happy if you can run it. And it was on Switch. And let me tell you, it crippled the Switch. Obviously, it cripples my gaming PC.
That was a bad idea.
Yeah. I mean... It's cool. I guess it's supposed to be a technical marvel. It runs on Switch. Sure, it runs. It won't crash. So there's that. At least I didn't have it crash. That game, the thing, I don't actually know if it's good. It's a survival, dinosaur thing. It looks so cool, and the new one looks so great, but I'm like, the first one still struggles to run. So, like, I don't know. We'll see. And, I mean, it runs fine, by the way. If you guys play, like, the PlayStation 4 version or the Xbox One version on a Series X or PlayStation 5, it runs fine because it was obviously designed for lesser hardware, but... I'm worried that Ark 2 is going to come out and like just cripple the next gen systems. And we don't have a performance option. We're running 4K. We're going 120. We're just going to destroy your platform.
4K. We're going 8K. 10K.
Oh yeah, yeah. You got to remember 8K on the box of PlayStation 5. Not enabled yet, but they're saying it's going to be there. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, it's crazy. The Xbox and Bethesda, that's a 2 hour and 15-minute presentation. So maybe there's a break in between the Square Enix, so maybe it's 2 hours, but still. I mean, Nintendo's only doing 40 minutes, and we're hoping for big news from them. I mean, Xbox has 2 hours. So there's
Bethesda
got
usually
to
has
be
their own.
something really good in there.
Yeah, and Bethesda usually has their own showcase, but now that they're own, they're kind of combining it together. I feel like that's probably why it's so long.
I mean, it could still be a separate thing, like they do. Like
well, no,
on
Microsoft,
and then-
that's already announced. They're doing it together.
okay.
They're calling it the Microsoft and Bethesda Showcase officially. So like they're kind of. I feel like they're just gonna transition naturally into the other.
like I said, maybe like a 15-minute break or something.
It's still gonna be like a whole Bethesda
Bethesda thing,
section
yeah.
that whatever the hell Bethesda's doing.
One, Microsoft has bought so many studios in the last.
And there's rumors
How
that they
long?
might
So-
be announcing more studio purchases or IP
so,
purchases.
I mean,
There's a rumor out there. I think that someone thinks they bought Metal Gear apparently from Konami.
interesting.
I don't know. That kind of goes along with an old rumor though, where they were talking to Kojima about doing a game, and they were thinking about trying to hook it up with Metal Gear because Konami sucks. But
Yeah.
I mean, I got no problem with Konami in general as a company, even though they've apparently treated their employees really bad. But all they really care about right now are casino machines. Like that's where they make their money. So,
I mean, they got to have 2 hours to.
and notice
cover-
Konami's not at E3. So I mean,
They got to have 2 hours to cover how many, dev studios
well,
they bought.
I'm curious what he's working on right now. What Kojima's doing.
I don't know.
I mean, I assume something for Sony because he always partners with Sony for things, but I don't know. Maybe it's one of those Microsoft rumors are true. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll want to announce it if they're partnering up for anything. It'll be announced in a classic Kojima way. You won't even realize it's him.
Yeah,
For
right, yeah.
It'll just be like small little teasers throughout the whole 2-hour event, and then like there won't be
Yeah.
any reveal until after when Kojima himself posts a new image of it, and it's like, oh, it's a Kojima thing. Because that's just the way. it
Well,
is.
I thought that Blue Point was rumored to be working on the Metal Gear Solid remaster,
Yeah.
like they did with Demon Souls,
Yep. That's what I heard too.
which would be amazing, honestly.
So Microsoft Flight Simulator is supposed to be coming. It's already out. We already know it's basically the best flight simulator ever made. It's on PC. It's fantastic. If you care about flying planes and you don't want to actually fly real ones and you like crashing them, there's a fun one. Travel the world, have fun. Very intensive, very hard on PCs. We'll see how it runs on the Series X when that finally comes. They didn't announce a release date, but they said it's coming to the Series X. And also, you got to remember, guys, they're going to talk a lot about xCloud and Game Pass. Like, you're going to hear a lot about services from Microsoft.
Well, and one thing that happened today is they just announced that if you have Game Pass, you'll have a free month of Disney Plus.
Oh.
So I wonder if they're gonna maybe integrate that into Game Pass as like maybe an extra $1 a month. You can get Disney Plus too, or
Yeah,
That'd be
be. I
interesting.
mean, Disney Plus is already fairly cheap. That's because a lot of the big movies you have to pay for separately.
yeah. Well, what I loved about the way Xbox announced that, did you see their tweet yesterday before they announced it?
Look quick.
You didn't, or you did?
No, I'm gonna go look it up right now. I missed it today.
So when they were just hinting at it, they didn't announce it. They said, hey, we have a really big announcement coming tomorrow. We were going to make like a video event to stream it, but I think we're going to do something more low key.
Mm-hmm.
And that low key was referring to Loki.
Yeah,
The new
because
Disney Plus show.
the Loki
I
show
love
coming.
that.
Yeah, that was good. That's good.
Nice.
I like that.
It was good.
That's a good one. Let's see. Get back to my notes here. They have Stalker 2 announced, which that was a shock because that franchise has been dead for a long time. State of Decay 3. The one I'm really excited about, Perfect Dark. They're rebooting that.
Mm-hmm.
Nintendo fans, if you're at least in your 30s, you should remember that one from way back in the N64 days.
Yeah,
Oh my
basically
God.
the sequel to GoldenEye, just
I mean,
without the
yeah,
license.
there's
And it ended up
been
being
an ever
a really
ongoing
cool
debate
thing.
on the N64. What was the better one, GoldenEye or Perfect Dark?
Yeah.
And there's
Right.
two very distinct camps about that. And Perfect Dark kind of got buried a little bit because GoldenEye was just a bigger IP name. But Perfect
Right.
Dark coming back. I mean, they're rebooting it. I hope they don't mess it up. But this is Microsoft, and they're pretty good with shooters. So I'm hoping.
The one thing Perfect Dark
Yeah.
did have.
I mean, literally,
which-
Perfect Dark is the sequel to GoldenEye. It's made by the exact same
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
They just didn't have the James Bond license anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
And it
Which is
ended
why it
up
was less
creating its
renowned.
own very cool thing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
The one thing with Perfect Dark that I wish that GoldenEye did have was the ability to do bots in the multiplayer. And
Time Splitters had that too.
Yeah, that was the
Time
part
Splitters
that I liked a lot better about Perfect Dark. Because they both had their pluses, they both had their minuses, but I didn't remember one major bonus with Perfect Dark was the ability to do the bots and stuff like that. So,
and that was back when we were just starting to get first person shooters actually like being a thing on home consoles back then. So that was nice, and obviously went next level once we got full online with Halo and everything else after that. Speaking of Halo, obviously Halo Infinite's going to be there. I don't even think that's even. No one has to debate that. It's supposed to be coming out. It's a big holiday game. It's supposed to be a launch game. It's on the box of the Xbox. Like, Halo Infinite's coming this year. Of course, it was supposed to come last year. Maybe we'll get delayed again. I have no idea. We'll find out. They did a showcase on that not too long ago. So
now, is that going to run on the Xbox One as well, or only?
It was supposed to originally.
See, that right there makes me feel like it's going to disappoint people, because if it at any point in development was being made with that console in mind, you know what I mean? It's not going to be all next gen because it's already based on architecture that could run on previous gen.
Yeah, it was.
And for this game in particular, the expectations are just sky high.
Yeah, it was supposed to be an Xbox One game when it was first in development. They pushed it because, well, the Xbox One didn't do that well, and they want to push the X, and they ended up not needing it to push the X, of course. Who knew that COVID was going to create such high demand and all the scalping? But yeah, it's Halo Infinite, man.
Yeah, but Breath of the Wild was a game or a Wii U game, and
but see the power difference. Like, okay, so the Switch is more powerful in a newer architecture than Wii U, but like it's close enough that you don't expect like a big leap. Like what Splatoon 3 looked like compared to Splatoon 1 and 2 just shocked me, which makes me wonder if they were actually showing it on a Pro, because that looks so fundamentally advanced compared to the prior Splatoon games. It's like either you just now got a budget or you're running on something that isn't what we have in our hands right now, because that just looks way too good compared to the prior two games that are running on like the same hardware. But
the one thing I will say about Halo Infinite is that when they showed the first trailer before the Series X launched, and everyone like made fun of how bad it looked, when I watched that, I like, if you played the original Halo games, that felt like the first couple Halo games, and those games were so fun. I looked at that, I like barely noticed the graphics, so I was like, it gave me that same feeling, and I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be so fun. So I think it's possible the gameplay could save it and make it a really fun game. It looked fun, even in that.
Gameplay is always king. I always say that. If the game is great,
but I think people will be disappointed anyways, is what I was going to say, just because the graphics won't be,
because people look at Halo 1, it's literally like the mascot for Microsoft, and always been, even though it's not quite like hyper realistic, it's always been kind of their, hey, this is what looks good. This is like a showcase game for a platform. This is what you put on the box of a Series X. And like, if it doesn't have that next gen feel to it, it's going to be kind of like, yeah, okay, the gameplay is great, but like when people were criticizing it, last year, it wasn't the gameplay; it was the visuals they were all mad at. And the thing is, personally, as a Nintendo guy, I care more about the gameplay, because I don't think 343 has nailed the Halo style gameplay yet. And if they nail that, I'll be thrilled.
Likewise, I just think the expectations for this franchise is that the gameplay is 10 out of 10, but the graphics are also, like, I don't think people prefer better graphics over gameplay.
Yeah,
I think they need everything to be amazing.
That's what people expect with PlayStation 5 and Xbox, is both. You want both.
Right.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. Obviously, people would probably have more faith if it was Sony making it instead of Microsoft, but the Sony's just really racking up the W's with the big games they're making.
Insomniac in particular.
What?
Insomniac in particular, which is owned by Sony.
Insomniac. Oh boy. Them and the Naughty Dog team is just...
Yeah, that's another thing I'm really excited for during the E3 time period, is maybe some kind of announcement from what Naughty Dog's working on.
No.
I would love anything related to Uncharted or Last of Us, but I would love something brand new as well, like anything.
Yeah, I hope they're doing something brand new. I feel like that's when they really get their creative juices going.
Yeah.
The Eighth Arc, thank you so much for your $2 super chat I saw there. saying that we want Perfect Dark 2, not Perfect Dark 02. Well, they're rebooting the original Perfect Dark, so you might get your wish down the line if that one takes off and succeeds for them. Which it might. You never know, because I know there's going to be some old school fans that want to check it out, and then there'll be obviously... I mean, I almost feel like Perfect Dark is going to end up being the better looking game, like visually, than Halo Infinite, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be made exclusively for next gen / PC. So I think that, because I don't think Perfect Dark reboot's coming anytime soon. I don't even know if we're going to see it at E3. I feel like it's like a 2023 game, maybe. Give a couple year break from Halo to get to that, and see what happens.
We've got an update, by the way, on the E3 co-streaming situation.
What's up?
They just retweeted a content creator that just got approved to co-stream, and they only have 20,000 Twitter followers, which, I mean, it's a lot, but it's not that much.
I almost have 20,000. I'm at 14.1, 22.2.
So that's interesting.
Oh, great. So, I'm looking at it, and this is no offense to any of the content creators out there, but
no,
like I've seen them. So they got this one earlier. They had a video of a couple other content creators. I really hope that they're not gonna make this situation. I hate bringing this up, and I don't know if they're doing this for sure, but it feels like if most content creators don't get contacted or even let known if they're okay to stream it or not. Are the ones they're showcasing is showing a lot of diversity, which I'm all for diversity. But like, I really hope that's not how they're choosing what content creators can co-stream or not, is like based on what makes them look the best in a social justice sort of world. Because obviously me as a cis white male, well, I'm not great for diversity. So I hope that's not the case. I don't want to accuse them of that, but I'm looking at the three. They showed off 3 different content creators today that can co-stream. And all 3 of them represent diversity in all 3 sectors. 4.
Yeah,
sorry.
I see that.
And so I don't want to accuse them of that, but it's one of those. Well, if I want,
I'm happy.
It's a bit of a stretch, but I'm
happy
like,
those people are getting approved to co-stream. I'm really happy for them. I just want.
Oh yeah. No,
I just want all the deserving content creators to get it.
Yeah, I don't want to knock other content creators. Absolutely. It's just like, hey, like, so PS5, secure the bag. I don't care. Yes. Like, have fun. I'm glad you get approved. It's just kind of, I hope that like they're not picking and choosing based on that whatever makes them look good. Because I think what would make you look good is approve everybody. That's what makes you look good.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like, just have no bias. Even if it's someone that has a bad reputation, who really cares? You don't have to put their name on your website. Just let them co-stream. Who cares? But.
And they're probably doing it anyways.
And then their audience, will watch E3. I mean, it just, in theory, it only helps you.
Yeah, right. Like, don't you want attention? Like especially since E3's had kind of a rocky reputation over the last handful of years. They try to handle letting fans and not letting fans. At Sony deciding to leave because Sony doesn't agree with how E3's doing things. And it's kind of like, you should just want all the attention you can get. But
and the other thing is, like, this is crazy, but it's true. I have 250,000 followers on Twitter, and I tweeted something about E3 today, and a lot of them didn't even know what E3 was, which kind of blows my mind, but they didn't. Yeah, they genuinely didn't. I had replies like
I've been going to E3. 3 of the last 4 years, go to E3. My kids have no idea what it even is, and they play games. Mm-hmm. Because they don't follow people that are covering.
We could definitely bring new audience to their...
They have a hard time
to their show. We have something to offer, and we're willing to do it for free. It's crazy.
Yeah. You figure, like, I'm a Nintendo channel. I know there's going to be some kids watching. Hey, don't you want kids to know about what you're doing? They might show up for my giveaways and be like, wait a second, what's all this stuff happening? Exactly. It's a huge event.
Whatever.
Seth Miguel,
I'm really annoyed by that E3 Twitter account in particular. Yeah. Just not replying to anyone.
And I don't, like, and with you have such a massive audience in comparison to me. It's kind of like, once you want the attention from that audience that doesn't even know what you're doing.
Yeah. But, I mean, they don't have to do anything for me. I mean, that's entitled of me to
that's the thing.
say
like, you're self-made, I'm
self-made,
we're all self-made.
It's just something you get frustrated about.
Yeah. It's one of those, like, I don't want to act like one of those entitled content creators. It's like, I mean, they created a thing specifically for content creators. It'd be nice to hear yes or no. It said when we signed up, we will hear back yes or no. So I just want my yes or no. They don't have to give me a reason. I don't care.
I keep trying to just log in on the website, and it says we will let you know definitive answer soon.
Yeah, that's what it says. They literally are telling us they will let you know yes or no. They don't have to give you a reason. I don't care. I just want to know. I just want a response, even if it's no. And it's like, okay, I can get the Twitter guy to talk to me, and he agrees with me that they don't know what they're doing. And he literally told me that. He literally said, I told them that what they're asking for because I mentioned, like, what's this proof thing? I need a contract with myself. I don't have a contract with myself. Here's a picture of me holding E3 badges that say Nintendo Prime on them. I don't know what you want for proof that I'm Nintendo Prime. You have my email. Contact my email. Contact this. Like,
go to the channel. Look at the channel.
Go to the channel and look at the picture of me. I don't know what more do you want? Like, you want my social security number? I don't really trust you with that. So,
especially with the next topic.
Oh yeah, but so it's kind of like, I don't really know what they're doing, and the guy kind of admitted that I told them that what they're asking for proof and evidence, and he said, oh, he tried to reassure me that, like, oh, they don't really need all of that. They're just kind of like trying to cover their bases. And I'm like, look, I've gone as media. I get having to have a license and a business card or something. Like, I get that. I would have almost preferred they had us do business cards because you can fake make business cards online and it doesn't really matter. But like, it's weird. The whole registration thing was weird. And it's like, what's your primary social? Well, like, for you, what's your primary? Well, you have more on Twitter than you do on YouTube. So, like, what would they consider your primary? Where you're going to actually be streaming the thing? Or, like...
But it's funny, they asked, like, let me see, like, evidence of live streams that you've done with, like, lots of viewers. And I have live streams that have had more views than some of these approved content creators have had when you combine all of their live streams together and, like, their total views for their entire channel.
Their whole channel.
I have more from a single stream, and I have, like, 10 streams like that.
Yeah, so
but whatever. I'm venting. It's fine. It's fine.
No, it's okay. It's fine. It is frustrating. Like, we're covering it irregardless, and just hoping that we end up getting away with it because, I don't know. I have a lot of companies that are at E3 partner with us that might be pretty upset that we get blocked and can't help promote their stuff.
Yeah.
Because of this. So, like, you know, the companies might even get mad at ESA if they do so. But the bottom line is, I just want a yes or no. I honestly think we're going to be fine because I've streamed it every single year. Never had a problem besides the Ubisoft Just Dance stuff. So I think we're going to be fine. And I know Nintendo doesn't care.
Right.
Nintendo's already, like, literally, they don't have any copyrighted stuff in there. And they said all content creators can use their stuff.
They did to me on a couple Smash reveals, honestly.
They hit you on a couple Smash reveals? Yeah, I've had a couple streams claimed, but never a strike for it. And it was always Smash or Pokemon.
Okay, then yes. Yeah, that's same thing. Same thing.
Yeah. Smash or Pokemon
they had the videos removed, but no strike.
Yeah, all I care about is the no strike. So, like, Smash and Pokemon, the Pokemon company always claims, and they always, I don't know who does their stuff for Smash, but I mean, I know who makes it, but I don't know who's making the claims. I can't remember if it was Nintendo themselves or if it was Bandai Namco, or I have no idea. Maybe a music company. Maybe they hire someone to do the music. I don't know. Either way, they never strike me, so I don't worry about it with Nintendo. Because as you say, I don't care about the revenue per se from the ads and all that. Like, it's cool if I get it, but you know, when I'm live streaming,
I don't care about it at all. I just am excited and want to share it with my audience, my community.
So, it's a frustrating thing. So again, I'm not trying to accuse the ESA of certain things. It just seems ultra convenient what they're sharing on their profile versus the people that haven't even heard yes or no. And we're not the only ones. There's a lot of people that haven't heard yes or no. I've seen so many. Every time I tweet about it, there's so many people being like, yeah, when are we going to find out? Like, we're probably not going to find out before E3. And then I wonder, what about the fans that are registering? Like, how the hell are they dealing with that if they can't even get through the content creators?
Yeah. It almost, like, I understand that they don't know what they're doing, and you know what I mean?
Well, they have no idea
what
they're doing.
But it's almost insulting that, like, they haven't responded to probably, like, 95% of people that have applied, and then they're retweeting the streamers that go through at the same time. Yeah. Ignoring all the streamers asking, what can we do to have our decision get sent to us? You know what I mean? It's just like, that's the thing that makes me frustrated about it. Like, if they would just shut me down or whatever, it would be fine. But it's ignoring, like, legitimate questions and then, like, kind of like showing off the people that got approved.
So
you know what I mean?
I can tell you, based on my conversation with the guy who runs the social media, he's got no say over anything. He doesn't have any answers anyways. But he said a lot of these things that they have coming are, like, they're scheduled out by the company. So it's like the company at ESA wants these tweets to go out. He doesn't really control it. The guy you ever see replying to others is actually just their social media guy who doesn't really know anything. He just gives feedback to the ESA. But it's weird that he chooses not to respond to you. I wonder if that particular person doesn't like you for some reason.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of like a personal
Maybe.
vendetta. Like, he doesn't decide if you get approved or not, but it would be nice just to get acknowledged that, hey, like, yeah, content creators will be wrapped up by Friday. Okay, so fans are screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
You want to, and here's the thing: the ESA is always. This is the problem they've had, like just in general with E3, that a lot of companies, including Sony, got frustrated with, is that they don't seem to know what they're doing.
no.
They've tried like different things to keep E3 relevant, like let's have a separate fan event. Let's do this. Let's have fans come all the time. Oh, then the media complain they don't get enough time. We'll have the media get in
Crazy.
early.
They've
Now let's
had
give a whole
so
day.
long to prepare, too, right? Like, this comes once a year. It's not like they're doing this every other month or every month. Like, you've had like a full year, and granted, COVID's happening, but you've literally had nothing else to worry about but this one event. Like, why didn't you do the registration 3 months ago?
Yeah, I think what happened with this E3 is I think after it got canceled last year, because remember, they held out for the longest time on canceling it when it was very obvious to everyone else that it's going to be canceled. Like, you can't. We're in a pandemic. We're not even supposed to leave our house. Just announce the cast. Oh, we wait till like 3 weeks before to announce the cancel. It's like, dude, everybody knew. Everybody knew. Why'd you wait so long? Because you kept hoping? Well, hope was not fruitless when the government, especially out in California, is telling you to stay home. Like, it ain't happening. But here's the thing. I think they were hoping that, a year from now, we'll be able to do back in person. Which, in theory, they could have did in person this year. Like, a lot of things are opening back up. You could have required people to be fully vaxxed. Like we're going on a cruise next month. Everyone on the cruise is required to be fully vaccinated, and have a recent COVID test. They could have did stuff like that to have an in-person show. But I think they were hoping the whole time that we could just go back to the way things were. And they waited as long as they possibly could. And then they got into like February of 2021. And they're like, oh crap, we don't have a plan. We can't let E3 not be around for 2 years. People are going to forget about us. We need to do it. Oh, Microsoft and Nintendo told us behind the scenes they're on board. Okay, cool. Let's try to make this all work and make this all happen. And we have no idea what we're doing. And they've been scrambling.
But as soon as they knew the event was happening, regardless of who's coming or who's not coming, obviously they could have started the registration.
Yeah, easily. Media registration should have started months ago. Period. This shouldn't even be happening at this point.
Right. The second it was announced, it should have media.
And by the way, media has been complaining as well. Like media registration, they're supposed to have gone through all of them as of yesterday. And there's media members that are still waiting for responses and have said it on Twitter. So like, it's kind of like they're picking and choosing. And then they promise to respond and they don't respond. And media is also wondering, like some outlets are like, what's the point? Like we're not live streaming it. So do we even really need your access? We'll just talk to the companies directly and just circumvent you. And I think that's what ESA is, like they're trying to make everyone go through them and they just can't handle the volume. And
well, I mean, just look at the past though too. Their website for registrations.
Oh my God.
It's like a 90s website. And, it hasn't been updated.
It looks all clean on the front. Then you go into the media registration and you're like, okay, like this was made in like forms.
This
like
was
actual forms that we
this
don't
was
use
a
anymore?
first year development student that designed this webpage.
And you wonder why all the data leaked that 1 year.
Yeah. Yeah. And
now that it didn't really leak this year.
Yeah.
So so one of our topics, guys, for this, we'll get to our Nintendo stuff and we'll finish on Microsoft and all that. But one of the topics that we had to talk about today was actually specifically about this guy named what did I put in my notes? I have Matt Brown. He's a media member and he's approved for media. And he noted how on E3's media portal, how he can look up anybody and you'll get phone number and addresses. That is not a leak of data. It's not public, but in theory, it's the same search that content creators can use and the public could use.
Well, and they actually have leaked in the past.
Yeah, they've had massive leaks of the whole media. So like, it's like, okay, it's not necessarily a bug. It's more like an oversight. And like, you shouldn't make that stuff available to anyone. Like, okay, maybe you could look up, is this person going to E3 or is this person part of E3? Fine. But like, you don't have to get the private contact details and
addresses. Yeah, no.
So like, by now it might be fixed. I don't have access to it because they haven't approved me or not, so I don't know. So maybe they've already fixed it by now because it's not technically a leak. I'm glad that it got pointed out. But it's kind of like, it's just more oversight and them not knowing what they're doing. And when they keep hyping up the virtual booths and everything, it's like, guys, nothing's going to work. Just watch the streams. Go to the news websites that have the screenshots and the trailers and the dev interviews. Don't even worry about the E3 app. Like, if you're a fan, there's really no point to register. you're not going to get anything useful. I'm just letting you know. I've dealt with the ESA now for like 4 years that you're not going to get anything useful out of anything they're offering if you're just a fan.
Yeah.
We're already struggling as content creators just to get, hey, it's cool, go stream it. That's all they got to say. It's cool or it's not cool. Tell me it's not cool, I'm going to risk it anyways, but whatever, that's on me then. Then I know I'm probably going to get dinged. It is what it is. I told Eric, one thing you can do
so
is
many companies, it's like someone's going to ding you. You know what I mean? That's the problem.
Well, here's the thing. I've never gotten dinged during a stream. It's always immediately when I end it. So I told him...
I've gotten during for the Smash ones.
You did for the Smash one?
Yeah, but what I might do is, if I don't get official co-stream status, instead of doing all the companies who I don't know what their policies are, I don't know if they're going to have the automated things to ding me, I might just do Microsoft and Bethesda, Nintendo, and then if Sony decides to do their own thing, I'll do Sony, but I might just only do the big ones. That might be my...
Microsoft, I don't think I've ever been dinged for anything with Microsoft. They're very streamer friendly. I mean, they rely on social media in general. Microsoft is just very friendly to social media in general. And then Nintendo, they're always friendly during E3. You might get no ads on a video, but they're not going to strike you. So I've never had a problem with that. They used to be really strict about it, like years ago. It was really bad, but now they let up on all that after tons of fan backlash over it.
Well, I mean,
what happened is YouTubers stopped reviewing their games. Stop covering their games because you even showed a snippet of the trailer. If you had a minute, like I play Nintendo music at the beginning of my thing, people always wonder when I'm playing the Smash Bros. Theme. You can play the Smash Bros. Theme. Isn't Nintendo going to get mad? I've never been dinged for the Smash Bros. Theme in 2 years.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know. Nintendo just became less restrictive over the years because they started realizing we can't let, Nintendo's already really behind with online services. Mm-hmm. They can't also be behind on like letting fans hype up their stuff.
Right. It's
because
hype.
Social media can create sales. Right. And I think they finally realized that at one point and decided, okay, we got to back off a bit. Pokemon Company hasn't figured that out yet.
Well, but the thing is Pokemon doesn't need
and they don't use Nintendo. When you get a claim from the Pokemon Company, it's not Nintendo. You get it from the Pokemon Company. They are very restrictive and they don't everything.
And they don't need it though. That's the thing. So they don't.
Like I cover Pokemon Legends Arceus, and they tried to strike me. I repealed it, and then YouTube said, "Oh yeah, you're allowed to live react to Pokemon Legends Arceus because there's already been court cases that you can live react to trailers, even movie trailers. If you're a live reaction, not just re-uploading, you're allowed to do that." And they tried to ding me, and I repealed it, and YouTube said, "Oh yeah, that your face is on there. Yeah, okay. No, they can't claim this." So I lost streaming for a day. YouTube didn't take that long to respond. Credit to YouTube on that one. Yeah. YouTube sometimes has some real BS responses. Like I go to repeal, and within seconds, your repeal is denied. Oh yeah, we reviewed your content. Dude, you didn't even have time to review my content. This has literally happened in 5 seconds. But like that was one time where they're like, "Oh no, you're reacting to a trailer. You can do that. You're fine." So I think it also depends on who does. I think there's a lot of lazy people at Google that just like click buttons and are just done when they do these things. Mm-hmm. You know how many appeals they have to get like per minute, on this stuff.
For sure.
I can't imagine how hard that is to manage.
If maybe they actually required proof of this stuff,
my thing is in the manual reviews, I think if they actually took the time to manually review, they would only ever get through like 1/58 of the claims that are combated.
I meant like to actually copyright actually like strike things.
Well, to be fair, YouTube created their own problem with this by having it all managed by bots, and anyone can copyright claim anyone.
That's what I'm saying. If they would have actually had to have proof to strike you and
the reason they do it is so they can wash their hands legally. Yeah, it's all about Google not being involved with any legal problems. So that's the only reason they do it. They say you have a problem and our repeal system didn't work. Take it to the law. And no one, most people don't have the money to do that. So it's kind of
I think I'm a little lucky because I haven't had to do this, but I have made some good contacts at YouTube. Mm-hmm. That I guess they're really a big fan of me, of what I started to do with my live streams, because I think it brought a lot of people like over from Twitch, and like they just hadn't seen my numbers before, especially for my size of my channel at the time. And so they've given me a lot of support. Like a lot of their like executives will retweet me or like quote tweet me and stuff, and like give me congratulations for stuff. So that's why I just have like a really special place in my heart for Google and YouTube.
Yeah,
and that's another reason. not just my thing with Amazon, but the other reason I don't want to stream on Twitch ever is because
You have a good relationship.
I'm not like a YouTube shill or whatever, but they've treated me well. Like if they ever did something that was like BS to me, that would be different. But they've been really respectful and helpful to me, and so it's a win-win.
Yeah, I only have really one major gripe with YouTube. It's not even the copyright system, because I'm so thankful for YouTube. They provide this platform. I used to host videos, like self-host videos back on Zelda Informer. I know how much bandwidth it takes. I know how expensive it is. I know when you have 1 million people check out your video on Zelda Informer, next thing you know, you owe your server company 15 grand. I get it, okay? This stuff's expensive. I'm not stupid. But it's like, I'm thankful for that. And they provide a platform and an audience, and it's all free, and we don't have to pay for anything. And they never had to do ad revenue share. That never had to be a thing. They decided to do that. And it's great. I love it. So I'm so thankful to them. And they have helped me out, especially on Twitter. If I reach out to their Twitter, they're different.
Yeah, their team YouTube Twitter, yeah.
Yeah, they always respond to me. But I did have one issue last year that really grinded my gears. I don't know if you're aware of it because you might not have known who it was, because it was in that same month of September. My channel got a bunch of attention from Super Mario 3D All Stars. We just blew up. We had a number of videos doing hundreds of thousands of views, and we were just gaining subscribers out the butt. And all these views, according to their back-end stat system, were coming from their browse and suggested videos feature. So it's coming from YouTube's natural features. And so we had made, I've talked about this publicly, I guess I'll talk about it. We had made like over $4,000 that month, which I'd never seen that kind of money on YouTube ever. The most I had made before that was like $500. So I was like, and it was all ad revenue, which was awesome. So I'm like, this is cool. Well, we get to 2 days past the month, all of a sudden, for 3 weeks of the month, my views vanish, and so does all the money. And I talked to YouTube, I talked to customer support, I worked my way up the chain, and all of them tell me it's a bug, then it's not a bug. Then your views were faked and you bought them from a different website. That was something thrown at me as an excuse. And I'm just like, okay, well, my back end shows me, here's all my evidence and my proof that all these views, before you took them off my channel, all these views were coming from your own systems. So if there's a bunch of bots on YouTube that did this,
their bots.
It's their own bots. Yeah, it's not me. I didn't buy any. Like when they accused me of buying views, I was like, I don't even know where you do that. like I literally don't know. And all my views came from like the U.S. and like when I Googled buying views on YouTube, they're all from like weird countries. They're not from the U.S. So I'm like, I don't understand what is going on. And to this day, they literally just washed their hands of it and said, and I was worried about that. Like, now my channel is doing well again. Like, is YouTube going to come back at me one of these days and just be like, yeah, we're going to take away 90% of your views for the month and claim you didn't make anything? I always worry about that. But it hasn't happened since, to their credit. And to their credit, I don't know what happened. Maybe this was to make up for it. One of their people got involved. Since January and on of the new year, we seem to be in their, I don't know if you're aware of this, they have different tiers that they put YouTubers in for the kind of ads that get served to them. So most of the small YouTubers you're kind of in the crap tier, and you're getting like $2-3 CPM. You're not getting the big brand name ones. You're getting all the mobile games and stuff like that. Right. And ever since January and up, we've been in like their top tier. We're getting we're getting the Nikes, we're getting the Nintendos, we're getting the Microsofts and the Raid Shadow Legends and Honey, and we're getting all the big ones that we've never had before. So like I thought, we're too small for them to care. But somebody was like, that wasn't
really, really funny now that you mentioned that. Just a quick note is, my buying guide videos of how to buy a PS5 or Xbox when the retailers restock the tips videos.
Yep.
A lot of people will comment, like when they watch the Target one, they get a Target ad.
Right.
Before the video, or like the Walmart one, they get a Walmart ad, and I just think that's hilarious.
Yeah. So I thought it was kind of cool that I think somebody must have bumped us up, because we weren't exactly getting a lot of views by January, and all of a sudden we're getting all these really high-end ads at a time when I know as a YouTuber, January, February, March are the worst months of the year for ad revenue. They always are, because you're post-holidays. And here I am doing better than I did during the holidays, because I'm getting higher quality ads than I got during the holidays. All right, well, somebody at YouTube thought it was BS what happened to me and just bumped me up a tier. We'll see how long that lasts for. Like
Yeah.
Nintendo
Well,
ones
it's
I get.
interesting.
We've
So
had
I
Nintendo
have a
ads at
channel
times.
manager, and what they do is it's like, I guess it's kind of like an MCM, but they go to the companies themselves and they can choose what the pre-rolls is. So
Sure.
if they can get companies that pays more than what YouTube pays,
Yep.
they just sell off my pre-rolls to them.
Yeah.
And I have no idea how it works. I have no idea what companies they use. It's all just done behind the scenes.
Yeah, I used to have it
So I'm
MCN.
like, okay, whatever.
But I got off them because maybe it's just because my channel was small. It never felt like they did much for me. They just took 20%, and I made more once I left them. So
that's a lot. Yeah, these guys only take 10, and only of certain things. A lot of things I keep 100%. So.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. I've had some MCNs contact me that seem a lot more friendly than the one I was working with. Like one said, "Look, we really want you. We'll go 90-10 on everything, but like, if you hit 100K in the next year for subs, we'll bump that down. We'll put it right in the contract. It'll be month to month. It'll automatic bump down to 95.5. And on top of that, what makes us different, and I don't want to get it. I don't want to be an ad for them, but they basically said, hey, what's cool about us is like we know you have a family. Like it sucks when you have to wait an entire month to get a paycheck, right? You get one giant check and then that's it." I'm like, yeah. And he goes, well, you can literally take out what you made yesterday in 2 days. We'll just prepay you, and we'll take all the risk if YouTube jacks your money. So I saw YouTube jacked your money back in September. We would have been out that money and not you. And I was like,
yeah,
that's kind of a different thing. Now, it's still one of those. I haven't done it, but it's one of those. I think when I get to a certain level, maybe I'll relook into MCNs. Right now, it's okay, but it would be kind of nice if I didn't have to wait, for one big check. And also, by the way, guys, I'm not like the best at necessarily budgeting things all the time. So when you get one giant check and you got to wait a month, it's kind of like, okay, pay bills, and then how much do you hold on to and set aside? But
yeah.
Anyways, and for me, most of my money goes back into the channel these days, anyways. So, thank you, LAX. By the way, I see your $2 super chat you did earlier. It says Master Chief for Smash. A lot of people want Master Chief in Smash. I totally understand that. So finishing off Microsoft, I think Roller Champions, yeah.
Yep. You were down through at least.
That's Ubisoft. Sorry, here it is. Shredders, they have coming. That's a snowboarding game. Looks really good. I don't know if it's going to be as good as 1080 back in the day. That's the snowboarding game I always think of as 1080 snowboarding. But you never know. It could be really good. And then obviously Bethesda. I mean, Starfield, they've already pretty much confirmed we're seeing that. Might even come out this year. Ghostwire Tokyo is a game they have announced. Elder Scrolls 6, which
I'm excited for that game. That looks really
Ghostwire
cool.
Tokyo looks good. Elder Scrolls 6, which of course I don't think we're seeing this year, but you never know. And then they have the Elder Scrolls Legends card game that's coming out later this year.
I feel like they wouldn't announce Elder Scrolls 6 after what happened when they announced Halo and then had to delay it a year. I think they're going to be very careful and make sure that Elder Scrolls 6 has some gameplay that looks like next gen before they show it.
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing it this year. Maybe not even next year. Kind of like Starfield. Have we really seen Starfield? Like, if we think about it truly, have we actually seen the game?
No.
We've seen some screenshots and some leaks and like initial. So it's kind of like, is it going to blow our minds? I don't know, because it was probably primarily made for old systems, not new. So we'll see. Anything coming out this year was probably primarily developed on old systems. So it's kind of a, and the thing is, you say that, but then you see what Sony's doing. Like, yeah, they're all cross-platform, but I mean, they kind of look incredible. Ratchet and Clank on PS5 looks incredible, at least from what we can see. It's not here yet, but
I'm excited to play that one for sure. It's funny that head developer of Insomniac Games follows me on Twitter, but I still didn't get a review copy.
Gotta hit up the DMs.
He doesn't have a PS5 yet. He's following me to try to get one.
Nice. Yeah. Obviously I didn't throw on here because I'm not sure if they're going to show it at Microsoft's thing, but they might, because Bethesda, they're going to let Bethesda, they'll probably show off Deathloop. I feel like Bethesda, even though it's a PlayStation thing, they might show it off anyways, because I think Bethesda is going to be allowed to do whatever they want. Microsoft, I know they paid $7.5 billion, but they're not going to start bossing Bethesda around. So if Bethesda wants to show off Deathloop during E3 and during their conference, they're going to do it. Because that comes out this year, and they got to advertise it. And I know you could wait for a Sony event, but it's also, there's a lot of people that are really, a lot of Sony fans that are really not happy about that Bethesda purchase. So throwing them a bone during E3 when PlayStation's supposedly not there. I'm being like, here's a game for you guys. Here's how awesome it looks. We didn't just not do a good job on it because it's not going to Microsoft. Like, no, we actually made a really good game for you. Here you go. I could see them actually showing that off during this event too. Because guys, by the way, there's gonna be a number of third-party games during this showcase that are gonna be on PlayStation 5. You're gonna hear PlayStation 5 during E3. It's not like you're not gonna hear. They're not gonna ignore it.
I'm really excited. There's so many rumors for Final Fantasy right now. There's like that Dark Souls, Final Fantasy Origins. You got to see Final Fantasy 16. They just changed the mobile versions of Final Fantasy 3 and 4, like on the App Store, to like distinguish that they're mobile versions. So like, there's rumors that those are going to be like remastered in a collection. And as you can see behind me right here with my Final Fantasy 7 figure display, it's my favorite game of all time, the original. So I'm super excited for Square Enix because they're doing almost a 2-hour presentation. Right after Xbox, and I'll probably, even if I don't get co-streaming, whatever, I'll probably stream Xbox all the way through the Square Enix show at least.
I mean, you might as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because mine was for Square Enix. I got 1, 2, maybe 3 Final Fantasies possibly being shown off, including Final Fantasy 16, everyone, which is Sony exclusive. So that's another game for Sony fans to look forward to if they decide to show that off. Square Enix also has, let me see, Legend of Mana that comes out later this month. So they might tease that as a way to advertise it. Neo: The World Ends with You comes out in July. Life is Strange.
Well, they also have Dragon Quest III remake in the Octopath Traveler style.
Yep. Project Triangle Strategy, by the way. I don't know if it'll be shown here or at Nintendo, but that's going to be something that's going to be shown at one of the two, if not both.
What a terrible name. I hope they change the name.
Well, that's what we thought about Project Octopath Traveler, and they just dropped the project. So
Octopath Traveler sounds a lot better than...
It does. Project Triangle Strategy. Drop the project. Triangle Strategy.
No, they're going to drop the Triangle Strategy.
It's just project.
It's just project now.
Yeah, we'll see. That's the one that does feel like, okay, you can get away with Octopath Traveler. Triangle Strategy don't really sound like a game. It sounds like a... I don't even know what it sounds like. It sounds
like a card game.
Yeah, maybe a card game. I don't know.
Triangle Strategy from Square Enix. Love to see it.
And it'll probably sell well either way.
Right.
And what I like is that it's technically not a sequel. It's actually like another new IP, supposedly. It's not actually supposed to be a sequel to it, which is weird because they said they were going to make a sequel to it.
Well, because it's basically their Fire Emblem clone.
Yeah.
That's why it's Triangle, because that's the same combat.
Yeah, that's the mechanics of Fire Emblem. Yeah. The rock, paper, scissors mechanics. Life is Strange: True Colors. That was announced before. It looks really good.
Rock, paper, scissors. I love that more.
Yeah, right? Call it that. Project Rock, Paper, Scissors. Life is Strange: True Colors looks really, really good. Life is Strange was a really caught people off guard how good that game was. Very story heavy indie game, but True Colors looks better than ever. And again, if you really like really heavy story driven narratives that go into some dark stuff, Life is Strange is always a good one for that. So that comes out in September. They could show that off again. Square Enix is publishing that one. They got Final Fantasy 14 Endwalker coming out in November. They got obviously the Life is Strange Remastered Collection that's supposed to come out this fall. Babylon's Fall. That game looks good. I don't know if we're seeing it, but damn, does it look good. And then they have Dying Light 2 as well. There's probably some others I'm forgetting. When I think Square Enix, I always just think Final Fantasy because I don't really think of them for anything else.
And Dragon Quest.
Yeah. But and the thing is, they're gonna announce more Dragon Quest stuff. Like are we gonna get like a full-on reveal of Dragon Quest 12 that just blows our minds? Because Dragon Quest 11 did very well.
Well, they already revealed Dragon Quest 12.
Yeah, I know, but I like something that blows our minds with it. Because I wasn't really blown away when they showed it. I was like, oh, cool, we have a new Dragon Quest game coming. But
they did what Metroid Prime did. They just showed the title.
Yeah, so I want my mind to be blown because Dragon Quest 11, that was good. And they
I would also love it if they localized. They announced that they were going to localize Dragon Quest 10 offline.
Oh,
because Dragon Quest 10 is MMO, but they announced that they're making an offline version that's all single player, and it's been Japan only. But if they take that single player version, like why not just bring it over here? You know what I mean? It would build up hype for Dragon Quest 12. That in combination with how well Dragon Quest 11 did, like I just feel like it would just be a smart move for them.
So like, Eric, is there anything from Square Enix that you ever liked when you were growing up? I know you didn't. I don't think you really played many Square Enix games growing up.
No, not really.
Well,
Yeah, I
it's
never
crazy.
did.
They have all the Western games now too, like Tomb Raider, Just Cause. They've got a lot.
Yeah. I mean, played a little bit of Tomb Raider back in the day, but if that wasn't them back then, then
No, I don't think it was them back then.
so
I don't know if they even still control Tomb Raider. I think they sold off that studio.
I don't know, but
And the
yeah,
IPs
no,
is
I don't
something
think I
else.
played much for Square games.
Yeah,
So
that's okay. Jake, what's like the big game you're hoping to see from Square Enix? Like the one you're most obviously a big Final Fantasy VII guy. We know they have a bunch of new content coming out this summer.
You
So
answered
there's
my
that.
question. That would be the one I didn't mention. We already know this is coming. Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2.
Yeah,
We just haven't seen anything.
we haven't
yet.
seen it yet.
So that's what I hope they like end their show with.
Sure.
And I think that would be amazing because I won't go into spoilers, but a lot of people, I'm shocked how many people don't know this, but maybe it's because they didn't play the original. I don't know. The Final Fantasy VII Remake is not a remake. It is a sequel to the first game. Like canon, it's a sequel. And I won't explain why because that would involve spoilers. But now going into Part 2, it was a genius way to remake the game because it puts you through basically all the same events as the first game. So it's like a remake, but it's also a sequel. So it leaves the first game intact, and that's so beloved. So it lets that still exist in the universe, completely canon. And so I love how they did that. But now the way that Part 1 ends, going into Part 2, the story will diverge a lot more and be its own completely unique thing that's like less nostalgia based and more like brand new story. So I'm really, really excited for them to show more of that.
We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
See, you're talking to someone who I'm ashamed to admit this. I've never played Final Fantasy VII.
well, and
Oh,
didn't
I'm
we just
sorry for
kinda
you.
crap on it last week with the
No,
way
no, no.
that it was coming out.
No.
or
So,
was
so,
releasing?
so a lot of my crapping on it is from lack of knowledge, right? My thing is I don't like games that come out in parts.
But his explanation makes
Your
sense.
explanation makes sense,
why
though.
it-
Yeah,
why it did it.
why it's in parts.
Okay.
But
for sure.
still, for me, it's like I hate when games come out in parts because all it is to me is it's an excuse to get $60 per part and then re-release it as a complete collection later for $60 again, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that, by the way, guys. I'm not saying I said this last time. Final Fantasy Part 1, Final Fantasy VII Part 1, probably totally worth the money. I haven't played the original, haven't played this one either. I plan to play both of them. I'll probably pick up Final Fantasy VII on. I think I already have it purchased. Final Fantasy VII on Switch because they did bring it to Switch, the original. Just because,
Yep.
Final Fantasy VII's always been a sour point for me because it's supposedly such a generational game, but it happened right when Square told Nintendo to F off and they went exclusively to PlayStation. And I was a big Nintendo guy growing up, and I was like, I played 1 through 6 all on Nintendo. Looked so forward to 7, and then they took it away and said, no, you need to go buy a different platform to play it. And I was like, I'm not going to do that. So I've always been kind of sour about it since then because that was back in the console war days. I was also a kid, and I've kind of held it against it this whole time. As it doesn't mean it's a bad game because I loved Final Fantasy 1 through 6. And I've come back, Final Fantasy 8. I played Final Fantasy 8. It was on PC. I was PC gaming. I played Final Fantasy 8 on PC. I just never went to Final Fantasy 7 because I was always so sour that I felt like Square just ripped that from me. Now, as I got older, I realized Nintendo had some bad policies and all this stuff, and I understand why companies were leaving Nintendo once a more viable option came out.
I think the big thing was they were going to do cartridges. It would have taken like 25 cartridges, and cartridges cost more than CDs. It took 3 CDs, which can hold way, way more data.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Final Fantasy VII on the PS1. So the amount of cartridges would have just been... It was impossible. Nintendo made it impossible for them. But the reason Final Fantasy VII is my favorite game of all time, I played that game when I was 6 years old. My dad got us a PS1. I was born in 91.
Yeah.
And he got Crash Bandicoot. That was my first game ever, which I loved. He also got PlayStation Underground magazine, which came with a demo disc every month. Mm. And 1 month, I still have it behind me. I got a demo disc that had Final Fantasy VII on it, demo. And I wasn't allowed to play it, but one day I snuck and I played it. And it blew my mind. And I played that demo probably like thousands of times. And then we ended up moving. My parents got divorced. I moved around a lot when I was young. And my next door neighbor, his older brother was like this huge JRPG like nerd who was awesome. and he had Final Fantasy VII. And I was like, oh my god, that's that game. And so he lent it to me. I was like 7 years old, so I could like read fully at this point. And I played that game, and it changed my life forever. It is to this day the best story I've ever experienced in any form of media. So it's better and richer than any book I've ever read, than any movie I've ever seen. And what's disappointing about it is like other games like Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core or the movie Advent Children do nothing for me, like barely scratch the surface. But that original game on the PS1, it's so intricate and like you just get lost in it. And so the remake, I enjoyed it, but again, doesn't do much for me compared to the original game. But that's why I'm so glad they did the remake in the way I described it later, because it's just it's just more lore to it. It's just it lets you see the characters that actually look like human beings instead of like block people. But yeah, so that's why I love Final Fantasy VII so much. That's why I spent like hundreds of dollars on these figures behind me. Because it literally that's why I have all these games, is because of Final Fantasy VII. That's what truly defined me like as a gamer. But
Yeah,
and also like I played that game right when my parents divorced, so it helped get me through a tough time as a young kid. So there's just lots of reasons.
Yeah, I mean that's the way it is with me with certain Zelda games, because like I was playing way more like when I was a kid, there were other games I played way more than like Zelda games. So GoldenEye, I played the hell out of that. Mario 64, played the hell out of that. Banjo. I'm just going back through a bunch of rare games I played too. But like it for some reason certain games, and that just happened to be Zelda, I was playing during some really rough times going on in my life at the time. And that stuff just sticks with you because it kind of helped you get through those times. There's a great fan-made film on YouTube called Escape that everyone needs to go watch at some point in their life. It's a great made-up take, but also very much hits home with someone who it's a little girl whose parents are fighting, and she's struggling in school because nobody understands what's going on with her personal life at home. And she escapes to play. In this case, it happened to be Zelda, but it didn't have to be Zelda. It could have been any game. She escapes to play that game. Her parents break her GameCube, and then when she falls asleep, she's dreaming, and all of a sudden she's in the world and living that world in her dream and escaping from this family
This sounds
drama.
amazing.
Yeah, it's such a great fan film. I think it won some awards. Everyone should watch it. It wasn't even the Zelda part. To me, it was just that my parents argued all the time. Lots of stuff like that affects kids.
Could you send me a link later?
Yeah, I'll send you a link to it. Yeah, it's a great film. I feel everyone should watch it. I think even if that's not your exact scenario, like the arguing really hit home for me, and the expectations your parents put on you after they just got done with a big argument, then they want them to yell at you because your homework's not done or something as you're playing a game. It's like, yeah, you guys were yelling for the last 2 hours, and how the hell am I going to do homework? Yeah, but right. Parents aren't thinking that way, right? Mm-hmm. So, and I know that now as a parent myself, I try very hard to never argue ever in front. And we don't even argue really, now that I think about it. But if we did have a disagreement, well, like, hey, we're not doing this for the kids. Like, it's not. I went through that. I like refuse. I will automatically diffuse the situation because I went through it. Let's just say, guys, when you're in a relationship, just the girl's always right. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It ain't worth the argument. As she's watching the thing, she's about to be like, "Oh my god!" All right. I mean, it's cool.
Remember that one time in the podcast when you said I was always right?
Yeah.
The other thing is they never forget either.
Oh, they never forget anything. They'll remember everything. But that's okay. I love her. She's awesome. We're actually a really good team. But it's one of those. It's one of those you learn things over the years sometimes, especially when you go through things as a kid that you don't want to repeat as an adult, and you start to realize it's not worth it sometimes, Sometimes it's just better to let things go that really, if you think about it, don't really matter. My parents never
that's true in any aspect of life, in any relationship, whether it's romantic or personal. But letting things go is really important.
Yeah,
and communication.
It really is. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting a bunch of emails right now because I emailed guys. So we have during our E3 coverage. These things will happen regardless, even if we get shut down for some reason. We have gaming competitions going on for Mario Kart, Smash Bros, and Splatoon. And today I selected the 11 people randomly that are going to do in the Mario Kart one. So my emails are just popping off right now with people being like, "Oh my gosh, hey, I'm going to be in your Mario Kart thing. Here's my friend code." And it's like, okay,
yay!
I get it. It's exciting. They're playing for prizes. They're playing for $20 eShop gift cards. The Smash guys are playing for like $50 eShop gift cards. I get it. It's exciting. I'm glad that people are getting back to me. I was worried a little bit that I was going to select people that were never going to respond, and then how do I deal with that? You know, how long do I give them to respond? Because E3 is coming up, and the tournaments are this weekend. But I'm glad that's working out. So, because I want to announce it too. So, like, people keep thinking, "Oh, Nate, did you pick anyone?" Yes. And if you didn't get an email from me, then you weren't picked. That's the only response I can give you right now because I have the real names and I can't.
I wish
share
E3 was as open as you. So.
Yeah, you signed up, right? You're gonna be popping off on Smash against me. Let's see. So where were we with the games? So we were wrapping up Square Enix there. Obviously, Final Fantasy VII Remake, anything for you, Part 2 would be great. For me, as someone who, I'm gonna play Final Fantasy VII Part 1 and Part 2 here coming up, but I'm more looking forward to Legend of Mana. Yeah, there it is. There's the pet.
Oh yeah.
I go get mine, but he might take out all my equipment. He's like the size of the table.
Get right.
Oh yeah, Philip weighs 4
Dane,
pounds, full grown.
So.
He just woke up from his nap, so that's why I picked him up.
But one franchise with Square Enix I've always loved is the Mana series. So Legend of Mana coming back out on 6/24, that really excites me. And any sort of Mana announcement, I actually would like to hear them say they're making a new one.
That'd be awesome.
That would be on my wheels. Like my second favorite game of all time is Secret of Mana.
Okay, so that was one game that we played.
No, yeah, because that was a multiplayer game back on the SNES. Yeah. So like, yeah, I'm hoping they announce something from the Mana franchise. I'm not confident they're going to be on more remakes or ports or other ways to remake games, but like it would be nice to finally get a new announcement. I think that's what I'm most looking forward to from Square. It's potentially a new Mana announcement, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, as a Switch guy, hey guys, Square Enix has been showing more and more support towards Switch. So as long as it's not Final Fantasy, everything's on the table basically for Switch. And even Final Fantasy, I mean, the disappointing thing was like the last thing they did for Switch, besides port old games, was the remastered Crystal Chronicles, and then they bungled that. So I'm not sure I'd even trust them to bring Final Fantasy to Switch at this point. Yeah, that's upsetting. See, that's the game you really remember, was Crystal Chronicles back in the GameCube days.
Yes.
That's the Square game you love the most.
Yes,
and they bungled that big time.
Oh my god.
All right. Let's move on to happier times. Capcom.
Yeah.
Chrono Trigger. That's always a thing. But to remake Chrono Trigger or Chrono Cross.
Oh yeah, Chrono Trigger.
In a collection would be pretty amazing.
That would be pretty cool. So we got Capcom next. So what's interesting about Capcom is they actually had a data breach that leaked a lot of their games they're planning to do for the next few years.
Whoops.
So Resident Evil Village DLC. I don't think anyone's surprised about that, of course. The big one is like the Resident Evil Outrage. That might be that supposed rumored Switch Resident Evil that's like Revelations 3, but it's not Revelations 3, but it has the same characters. I don't know. Supposedly, the one guy on Twitter, Dusk Golem or whatever, was like, hey, yeah, this has like the same budget as Resident Evil Village. It's going to be a big deal, and it's exclusive to Switch. And I'm like, we'll see about that, because the Revelation games were exclusive too, and then they moved them. So even if it is, I feel like it'd just be a timed exclusive thing. But I can see like Capcom. Capcom's had a lot of success with Switch, so I could see them being like, yeah, we'll give you an exclusive RE game that's built for your platform.
Do you think Capcom... well, I know Monster Hunter Rise is going to be coming to PC. Do you think they're going to do it, given how well it's doing, do you think they're going to have ports for that for other systems? I also know that Monster Hunter Rise was made and optimized for Switch.
So Monster Hunter Rise, according to what I understand from it, Nintendo paid them quite a bit of money to make it a console exclusive thing, because they wanted to go multi-plat. Nintendo said, how much money to make it console exclusive? And they said, well, do you want it to not be on PC as well? This is going to cost, and like, we don't care about PC, put it on PC, but we want our platform first, PC later. We want you to build it for our platform. Make it better on PC if you want, but build it for our platform, which they did, and it's really great running. It's one of the best looking games on Switch. It's honestly, like, I still can't believe when I play it that this is actually. I
finally just started it last week, and I've already put 40 hours in a week.
Well, that's what Monster Hunter does. It sucks you in and doesn't let you go. So that game's performing really, really well, and I think I think what's maybe caught. I mean, Capcom's already said that they're just out of this world happy with how it's performing. Like, well, yeah, because it's performing the kind of numbers World did on multiple platforms. Like, that's how it clearly was a great decision for it to be this timed exclusive thing on Switch and built for Switch because Switch is moving units of it like crazy. So, you know, and then they have Monster Hunter Stories 2 coming. So I think it's one of those things that I don't know if Rise will ever go to other
I told you the
platforms.
JRPGs. I love Pokemon and stuff. So that's basically Pokemon with Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that.
Yeah, so I don't know if Rise, as it is right now, will ever come to like PlayStation and Xbox. But I do think like a new version
Got
of it.
the
Like, you remember, like,
Monster Hunter Switch right there.
Nice. You got
Nice.
I'm jealous. Yeah. I'm jealous.
Oh,
That
I
Switch
got
looks so
all
good.
of it. So obviously it comes with the dock too, but I got the Pro controller.
Yeah.
I've got all the amiibos.
Oh, here we go.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, I know.
Oh.
It's like one of the biggest amiibos.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not like super big, but yeah, he's cool.
Well, I mean, I think the Guardian amiibo.
right there.
Oh no, technically the giant Yarn Yoshi amiibo that's like a 1.5 feet tall. That's like the biggest.
The Detective Pikachu one as well.
Nice.
It
Nice.
is pretty big, but yeah. So yeah, I got like all the Monster Hunter stuff. Was so excited to play it. I got all this on release day, and then didn't get to start playing it till last week. But there's the Pro controller there.
That
But yeah,
controller
I
is
love it.
beautiful. Even if you're not in the Monster Hunter, I love dragons.
Yeah.
So like that's just it's so
Yeah.
sick. So yeah, Monster Hunter Rise. I don't know if it's ever going to come to other platforms in its current form, but I feel like they're going to have like you remember like Monster Hunter like 3 and the Monster Hunter Tri and the Monster Hunter whatever, like they like do multiple versions of the games over the years. One of the they're gonna have a version of Rise. I think that's going to either come to other platforms, or this is the big thing people are kind of waiting for. Are they going to announce a Monster Hunter World 2?
Yeah,
Possible?
I mean, I think that makes sense. I think they will at some point.
Because what they did when they went to when they brought it back, really, because people that might not know, Monster Hunter was on Sony, and then there was an exclusivity contract with Nintendo, so it was kind of bouncing all back, and it was really popular with the handhelds in Japan. So like it was this kind of back and forth with where the IP is going to be, and then it had a 10-year deal with Nintendo that expired, and then they did World, and when they brought it to the actual home console space, what they wanted to do was we don't want to bring the traditional gameplay. We don't think that's going to transfer well. Let's do something that feels good for Western gamers. And they did that, and it worked. It's got some of the core elements, but the gameplay has some differences that are catered more to not the original. Like if you play Rise and you play World, there's some fundamental gameplay differences.
The wire bug in particular.
Oh, the wire bug. That was a brilliant addition.
It's also so much easier to ride and mount monsters in Rise.
Absolutely. So like
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all right. What were we gonna say?
Well, I was just gonna say, like, anytime Capcom, I mean, their presentation is so short, which is disappointing. They've already said they're gonna talk about Resident Evil and Monster Hunter, so it kind of doesn't leave a lot of room. But there's so many cool things they can announce. Like, they just ported Devil May Cry 5 for its own PS5 version.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, now they've had experience with that. Like, Devil May Cry 6 coming, or you know what I mean, or maybe like a remake of like Devil May Cry 3 would be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like for me, Mega Man Legends is like the series, like, you know, the third one they supposedly like were almost done with on the 3DS and then just canceled it and hasn't talked about it in like 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
So now that we've gotten like every other Mega Man port, you know, under the sun, I would love to see either my number one would be Mega Man Legends 3. And maybe they could do a collection of the first two games to kind of help market it and get people into it. But also the Mega Man Battle Network series. That was on the Game Boy Advance, which there were 6 of those games. So I don't know if they would do like a whole collection or maybe just port like a couple of them, but those were some of my favorite games. Because again, those were essentially, you know, turn-based RPGs. You put you on like a grid in the battles. But yeah, they were really fun.
Man. Yeah, that's what sucks about this Data Breach. When it came out, I was so hoping it was going to have Mega Man, and it didn't. Now, by the way, Data Breach isn't going to have everything, guys, because it's basically like they had in the Data Breach there was that Resident Evil Outrage, a remake for Resident Evil 4, which I don't think anyone's surprised by if you look at how they're remaking Resident Evil games. Final Flight remake that's coming out in 2024. Dragon's Dogma 2, Monster Hunter 6 that's supposedly coming out in 2023. Don't know if it's going to be called 6. I have no idea. Maybe that's World 2. Beats me. Street Fighter 6 coming out supposedly next year. Then obviously Monster Hunter Stories 2.
That makes sense.
Which
Forgot about Street Fighter.
Yeah. So a new Street Fighter, which isn't a surprise. It's been a while since we've gotten the new ones. At least I'm glad to hear Street Fighter 6 and not another Street Fighter 2 Ultimate Mega Deluxe Edition. They milked the hell out of Street Fighter 2, and I get it. It's one of the best Street Fighter games ever, but I think 5 is good.
And the other thing I forgot to mention is Jeff Grubb said that they might be working on a Mega Man Battle Network collection back in January.
Nice.
Maybe of last year, because he announced that and Paper Mario at the same time. So
yeah, that must have been last year then, yeah.
And he was right about Paper Mario.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So that, I mean, it would be interesting if they were working on that.
Yeah. And then Monster Hunter Rise DLC, which, I mean, that's not surprising. It's a game that sold 6, 7, 8 million. They're going to have DLC.
Right.
And they always do DLC for Monster Hunter games anyway, so that's nothing surprising. It'd be interesting if it's as good as the DLC that came out for World, because that was a really big DLC, what they did with that. So we'll see. So yeah, that's Capcom. That's at least what's leaked. There's obviously Capcom has a ton of IP. It's kind of, you talked a lot about how you really hope for some Mega Man something, at least something that's like maybe new or a really good collection we haven't really gotten yet. Games that haven't gotten the attention that they deserve, like the Battle Networks of the world. Eric, is there anything that tickles your fancy from Capcom?
I know a lot of my friends are into Monster Hunter. I've played a few of them. I own one. Never really got into it as much as they did. But
well, once you get into it, you're sucked in. That gameplay loop just keeps you going.
Yeah. So I see the appeal. It was fun when I played it, but I just never fully got into it because it was right, during a really busy time in my life with stuff like that. So it's
And to see some people in the chat bringing up like Marvel versus Capcom, that's another one. Like we just haven't had that in a while. That would be nice to get another one of those. I don't know if they're going to do it. I have no idea. I have no idea what the fighting game landscape in general looks after like Smash Bros. Ultimate just blew up the expectations for what fighting games can even do. Like no one ever thought a fighting game would sell 20 million. Like it's just insane because it was always such a niche franchise that had such a hardcore base, and all of a sudden they just opened it up to the world. And Smash has always done that. It's always been like the best selling one. But 20 million is like a whole nother level. Smash has never come close to that. So it's like, we'll see. I'm hoping there's a trickle-down effect that I don't know if there will be, but I know there's obviously fighters from other games like in Smash. It would be cool if there was a trickle-down effect, like the next Street Fighter. More people give that a chance, right? Because like they remember the Street Fighter characters in Smash that maybe they played with. So I don't know if there really is. I know there's been trickle-down effects where characters in Smash have helped Nintendo games sell. I'm not so sure it's really hit with the third parties because those games aren't on the Switch necessarily. Like by the time Snake came to the thing, like they weren't any new Metal Gear games coming to Nintendo platforms at that time, so it's kind of like didn't really boost sales for anything because there was nothing to boost. So we'll see. I also
they could easily do that just with their own characters, right? Like bring in Dante from Devil May Cry, or they could bring in Mega Man, whatever, and they could even have that be a separate mode where you can use like characters like that. Like they could easily do that. The only thing is, it would be awkward. You couldn't really let them use their weapons.
Yeah.
But it could still work, and that could be a fun thing.
Yeah. One thing I always thought they should have did, like, because there's been rumors about Rare Replay coming to Switch for all these years. I thought when they announced Banjo-Kazooie, it would have been the perfect time to announce a Rare Replay for Switch. It'd be like, Banjo's part of that. That's a great promotional tool to push Rare Replay, which a lot of Nintendo fans would already be interested in because so much of that back catalog of Rare was on Nintendo and we grew up with it. But again, we'll see what happens with that.
Well, it also makes sense that they didn't, because they announced that during E3, right? It's like to make it like hype, but they also had all their other games that they were trying to hype up. So that would have, you know what I mean? They're very careful with how they release games. They don't ever release them too close together. They let the hype build up. And then, you know what I mean? They never like do multiple releases like in the same month. So I forget whatever it was they were probably trying to push at that point, but they wanted to probably do that because they know how beloved that character is, and they could win E3 by announcing that character. But I think that announcing a Rare Replay at the same time would have split people from buying whatever they were trying to push. Because everyone would want to buy that, especially if you grew up or were around for the games that are on that compilation. So I think it makes sense that maybe they did it and that will get announced at some point, a rare replay.
Absolutely. Yeah. So before we
maybe
dive
when they have a dry month.
One question for you. You think xCloud is coming to Switch?
No.
All right.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
All we know is there was negotiations. Doesn't mean it actually went well.
Yeah, I mean, but we look at that the Epic and Apple lawsuit right now where all this information is coming out. I mean, there was negotiations for
Samus,
Epic to buy all of Sony's biggest first party games that are PlayStation exclusive to come over, and Sony was just like, no. So yeah, there was negotiations.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it was more than that with Nintendo and Microsoft.
Well, yeah, because it was a Microsoft person that was talking about it at the time. So it was coming from Microsoft side of things, but it was also Nintendo got it redacted. And I was like, okay, but all Nintendo said in the redaction is these are active negotiations. It doesn't mean the negotiations actually finalized. The only thing to me is that puts anything behind it besides that. Because that's the first thing that really hinted, oh, maybe xCloud might come over. Because they're actually talking about it. Was the Phil Spencer, I don't know, not even the Phil Spencer having the Switch in the background thing, whatever. There was that Microsoft event, I always forget what it was, where they had the Series S, the Series X, and then the Switch just prominently, that's it, 3 systems, that's all that's in the background. And it's like, okay, why are they putting the Switch on the same level as the other Microsoft platforms right now? That was kind of the big,
Yeah, I think there's something coming, but again, the easiest way for me to try to figure out what's going to happen is what is true and likely. What are the facts that we already know? And the facts we already know, if you're looking at it from a company's perspective, is if xCloud came to Switch, people would spend less money on the eShop. They would spend less money on games in general, and Nintendo makes so much of their money from their software.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, they're selling Switches like crazy.
You gotta remember,
but
it's a streaming
you look at the
platform.
games, there's so many 20 million plus sellers.
Sure.
There's so many eShop sales that bring in so much money. Why would you do? You know what I mean? So that's why I just feel like that's not going to happen.
But I feel like on Switch, in particular, especially because it has really crappy Wi-Fi, that it's a streaming service, and there's gonna be a lot of people on Switch that be even Control, right? You can play Control on Switch right now. They're not going to do it. It's too expensive, $60, and I get that this is a service. And I mean, I already have a Game Pass subscription, and I'll probably get xCloud if it comes to Switch. But it's I feel like there's a streaming crowd that likes streaming, and then those that don't. And I don't think streaming replaces playing games natively. xCloud isn't going to really if you own a Series X and you happen to have xCloud packed in with your Game Pass Ultimate, you're not going to use it. You'll just download the games and play them locally because it's better that way. No latency, especially for online multiplayer games. Whereas on Switch, a lot of those games can't run on there anyways, so I feel like most of the games in that Game Pass won't affect the eShop because the eShop's still going to have best way to play games, play them locally on your Switch. But here's a bunch of third-party games you were never going to get anyways.
Yeah, I just don't think there's enough money in it for them.
Well,
as a consumer, all the value is there.
Value is great.
For Nintendo themselves.
Well, it also depends what's the deal because Microsoft
they don't
is paying...
see, the thing is Nintendo doesn't need that. If the Switch was struggling like the Wii U was and they needed something to help get people more interested, they don't need any more hype. They have their own games. Switch just sells like crazy every month, even though it's a 4-year-old console.
Wow.
Maybe that's why there hasn't been anything announced. Maybe they're just keeping that in their back pocket.
So Furukawa,
and if they ever feel like they need that, they would bring it.
Yeah, Shintaro Furukawa was a businessman more than he's never made games in his life. He was an accountant.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But I think that it actually benefits. The reason that I feel, and it's okay to disagree. We're all good. Yeah. The reason that I feel like Furukawa actually is more likely to do this is because the reason third-party games are doing day and date is because Microsoft wrote them a fat check. And if they go to Nintendo and say, "Here's a fat check," plus you get 40% cut of any new subscriptions that come through your Nintendo online service into our thing. Is Nintendo going to be like, well, if this blows up, we also make bank on it too, plus they wrote us a fat check on top because all Microsoft cares about is getting more people to be on Game Pass. I get. I
Yeah, I
guess all
think that would hurt.
hypothetical.
I still think that would hurt their other
I-
software sales too
The
much to make it
hurdle to
worth it
me
for them.
is that
I would rather
Microsoft
have
wants
100%. You know.
Yeah, the hurdle to me is that Microsoft wants not just xCloud and Game Pass to be there. They want the full Xbox ecosystem, and I'm not sure that Nintendo is going to be okay with that.
That's why.
That's my trepidation is you're going to have Xbox Live fully on Switch, along with Nintendo Switch Online service, and I feel like that's kind of a unless Nintendo decides to dump their shitty online service, which is probably what they should do. But that's besides the point.
That's why
not going to go down that road. Nintendo, I don't know what they're doing with that damn thing.
That's why I could see like a Nintendo specific xCloud. Not necessarily the full xCloud, but an xCloud tailored specifically to Nintendo.
Couldn't you argue then that maybe what they should do is there's a lot of games on Game Pass that can run on Switch. Can you say like screw xCloud, let's just put Game Pass on there and have like an exclusive group of games that can run natively on Switch?
Yeah.
And that's what you get instead of getting the full library. I don't know.
Maybe that's the other direction.
It could just be literally Master Chief's coming to Smash, and that's what
could be it too.
It could just literally be something like that, or Microsoft has let some of the indie games they paid for come over. It could just be as simple as, hey, we have like maybe we're bringing Master Chief Collection over because it can run on your platform on Pro or whatever, and we just want more people to play it and make money off of our old games. I have no idea. Phil Spencer seems to be fine with his games being on other platforms, as long as you'll have
the thing that I think Nintendo sees is that now that Microsoft has Game Pass, very few people are buying games from Microsoft. And that's what Microsoft wants. They want everyone to sign up for the service. And Nintendo does not want people to just do the service and stop buying their games. Like, people will always buy Zelda, Mario, whatever. But I mean, as a consumer, like if you're subscribed to xCloud on Switch, how much more likely are you going to be to browse eShop sales and do it when you have like a similar bunch of games that you could just play for free at that point?
So I don't know what would happen on Switch specifically because we don't know. It's not there. We don't have any data on it. We're all just hypothetically talking about what we think.
Right. That's why you use the data from the console where it already exists.
Yes, and the data this is Microsoft. We don't have data from anyone but Microsoft. It's their service. Game sales are up on Xbox Series X after Game Pass came to it, not down. Because Game Pass, what people forget is it offers you a discount to just outright own the game. And games on Game Pass don't stay on Game Pass forever.
I'm not saying that the games aren't up, but I'm just saying they would be up a lot more if Game Pass wasn't an option. That's just my opinion, though.
Well, and all I could do is go off Microsoft data where they said, here's sales before Game Pass, here's sales after Game Pass. Game Pass sales have increased. Now, I don't know if that's going to continue. Because I know me, I am not buying a game on Xbox. I don't have to. I have Game Pass. That's me personally. But then I also go, would I own an Xbox Series X without Game Pass? Would I even be bothering to play the games?
But then again, though, too, how many games in a year are you buying versus you pay
they're
how
making
many dollars
more money.
a month?
They're making more money off the subscription overall, long haul. If they get a big enough user base than they ever would, that's their goal. 100 million. They want 100 million plus people on Game Pass. They're going to make more money off of that per month than they would off.
To me,
sales.
If I buy one game per 2-3 months, I'm probably spending more in the subscription over the year than I am buying the couple of games that I might play.
People justify paying for Game Pass at $15 a month or whatever, Game Pass Ultimate, because all that you need is basically like 2 or 3 AAA games you like, and it kind of justifies the entire price. But it's also one of those things where I just know me as a Game Pass user, I don't really have a reason to buy games on Xbox. But at the same point, Microsoft was also not necessarily getting sales before Game Pass because no one was buying Xbox. And Microsoft doesn't really care if you buy an Xbox. They care that you get a subscription on anything, whether it's Android. They wanted it on Sony, and Sony said no. PC, they don't really care where you're playing their games anymore. They just want you to be xCloud and Game Pass, which is why I always go, okay, if they view themselves more as services than a system, I don't know. Like, if you just ignore the Xbox Series X, which I don't think will ever sell as well as the Switch does, right? Probably crossing 100 million units bare minimum. Who knows where the sky limit's going to go after that. Don't know if it'll ever get up to DS and PS2 numbers. We'll find out how relevant Nintendo can keep the Switch for a number of years. But I also go, if Microsoft cares more about the services, like, if they can work it out with Nintendo, it's really just a value add to Switch. It just makes Switch more valuable. It actually
To
devalues the
consumers, but I don't
Xbox.
think to Nintendo.
Well, I don't know. I feel
If
like
you're
if you
selling
know
out
you
every
can buy
console you
one
make,
system and get
why
Mario and
do you
Halo
need to
on it.
add that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
Why do you need to
I
add
understand what
something
you're
that
saying.
splits your profits?
I think I just disagree a little bit because I feel like if Switch had xCloud, I don't need to buy a Series X. More people
No,
are
and
just
I
going to buy
agree with
Switches.
that. Like for
Yeah.
you as a consumer, that 100% makes sense.
Basically, I feel like I'd be spending the subscription I'm spending on Xbox, I'd still spend it on Nintendo, and I'd still be buying Nintendo games. They'd just get more money out of me.
I feel like
so
a
I view
lot
it
of
from my
people
perspective of what I would do.
would do what you do with Xbox right now and would just be fine with just playing those games instead of buying more games from Nintendo. Like I said, they'll always buy the Zeldas and Marios.
Well, yeah. Nintendo games are always going to sell
You know
to
what I mean?
Nintendo's audience. Yeah.
But they'd be less willing to buy other games when there's this huge library already there.
I suppose.
In
I don't know.
my opinion.
Yeah.
Which is
So,
what you
I've seen
said you do
sales
with
of third-party
Xbox.
games on Switch, and like none of the third-party games that aren't exclusive are selling like super well on Switch, anyways. Only the exclusives are really blowing up on the platform. So, like for me, it's like, well, the exclusives would still blow up. So if you can't
That's a good
really
point,
get like
actually.
a
That's a good
third-party
point. I can see
game that's
that.
if you can't get NBA 2K that consistently comes out, you can't get that to sell multiple millions of copies on a $100 million system or 100 million unit system. It's like, well, then does that matter really if you could just play it on Game Pass? And
But see,
xCloud
my
instead?
argument is some of those exclusives that aren't huge, that aren't the Marios, that aren't the Zeldas, those exclusives that are selling well right now would not sell as well when you have the whole Game Pass library. So like the more niche ones, you know what I mean? The ones that
sure.
aren't as popular. Why would you buy one that's not super popular when that's what I'm saying. Like that's
Yeah. No,
you're kind of like making my point a little bit is like they are selling so well right now. So all the ones that Nintendo gets 100% of the profit on, all the exclusive ones, they are selling so well right now. You know what I mean?
yeah, I guess. I don't. To me, like the exclusives are going to.
I agree with some of your points too, though.
Yeah, it's more so. I mean, guys, this is all hypothetical.
Oh, yeah.
No one really knows, and we don't know if this thing's ever going to happen.
Right.
It was negotiated at one point. Okay, cool. That doesn't really mean anything. Normally, negotiations and patents and things come up that never become reality. It is what it is. I mean, just like you said, the Epic versus App. Look at how many things Epic attempted to do, and none of it ever happened. And now, like, they wanted Samus to be in it, and now the rumors are out that, like, yeah, Nintendo was like, nope, not happening. Which I always thought was a little weird. I think Nintendo should let Samus be in Fortnite. I think Metroid can use all the attention it can get, and you literally have
definitely.
You literally push Fortnite on your Twitter. You have a literal Fortnite like bundle with a custom console. But again, the rumor has it that Nintendo wouldn't do it because Nintendo is so protective of their IPs.
What if there's a Metroid?
But like my thing is, how many people would buy Monster Hunter Rise if they could just play Monster Hunter World for free? How many people, even Metroid Prime 4, as hype as that is, how many people would play that if they could just play any Halo game for free?
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it's not going to eliminate sales for those games, but it will hurt their sales numbers, right?
No.
Like, you know what I mean? And think about how many games like that there could be examples of.
Let's say World was on Switch through Game Pass or through xCloud. Let's just forget Game Pass for a moment because that's technically a separate service. So just through xCloud.
Right.
Okay, and let's just say, okay, fine, they have a fee you can pay, per year, and then you can stream X amount of games. Because I know that's what Game Pass is, except it's not streaming, but it's going to be part of. We presume it's going to be part of the full xCloud package when it launches. So you get. Let's say you get to play this game for free, and you end up having, say, 20 million Switch users decide to try out World and play it for free, and then you have a new Monster Hunter come out that's exclusive, not part of the service. I think that actually has a chance to increase interest in buying that game because you didn't spend any money really to play the other one, and now you're like, whoa, what's this new one?
Yeah, I disagree with you.
It's kind of
on
who really knows?
Yeah.
We can go round and round this all day.
No,
specifically because Monster Hunter is the game where you get really invested
Deep into it,
into
really
whatever
invested,
version
yeah.
you're playing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, so like
if you love World, you're not going to switch
Monster
over.
Hunter, okay, so like if Rise was on like the other platforms, do you think it wouldn't sell that well because of World?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure the sales, whatever the Switch does, will be better than any other platform for Rise, for sure. And if World didn't exist, I'm sure Rise would sell like crazy on the other platforms.
Monster Hunter, by the way, Monster Hunter always sells.
Oh, yeah.
I swear.
Yeah.
If you look at the sales, it's so consistently up there.
Yeah.
Used to be bigger than Zelda till Breath of the Wild happened.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's dive a bit into Nintendo here. We've already kind of
That was
touched base
awesome.
on them.
I loved that whole thing, by the way. That was really fun.
Yeah, that was fun. I love debates. It's cool. I wish we
Yeah,
would have had
that
the
was
debate
great.
earlier because like I'm looking at the time and I'm like, man, I've only got so much more time here.
Yeah. What if?
Me too, honestly. But that was fun. I enjoyed it.
What if we're all wrong and the reason why the Xbox or Microsoft and Switch thing is there's this Metroid Halo crossover.
Oh my god! Don't even give me wet dreams.
There we go.
Okay, I don't need to imagine.
End of that discussion.
All right, fine,
Done.
fine. Eric,
We just ended the
that-
xCloud
is that-
Xbox.
is that your
next
prediction?
topic.
Yes. You want to lock that in?
Sure.
You want to put a bet on that?
I guess
you're gonna
I
lose.
need to.
So-
yeah, I know I am. But
I'm gonna say, how much do you believe in this right now?
I don't.
Will
but
it into existence?
Why not? Yes.
Oh my god, that's what they did with Monster. That's why they rebooted Prime 4 because they're crossing
Yes.
over and they delayed Halo Infinite. It's gonna be a cross. Oh,
It's a cross.
I mean, people might
It all makes
forgive the
sense now.
visuals in Halo Infinite if it's crossed over with Metroid.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Done.
it's all coming together.
Yeah, that's why the visuals are held back because it's going on Switch too.
Yeah.
See, crossover. Oh boy,
Nintendo.
you got to get Metroid in 4K. All right, anyway,
Nintendo.
So Nintendo, we've already touched base on Nintendo a number of times throughout it because obviously that's what my channel is primarily about. But obviously, Breath of the Wild. Let's just go over the currently announced quote unquote exclusive games. Don't always know when some of them are coming. Some of them we do have dates for. Breath of the Wild 2, Bayonetta 3, Metroid Prime 4, the big three that we have no idea what the hell's happening. Mario Golf Super Rush comes out later this month. Shin Megami Tensei 5, now that's been leaked for November. No More Heroes 3, I think that's supposed to come out in August. Sports Story, finally got a tweet about that recently, that finally we're going to start hearing some news about that soon. That's the sequel to Golf Story, that's exclusive to the Switch. Skyward Sword HD, we know comes July 16th. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, we know that comes November 19th, I believe. Pokemon Legends Arceus that releases January 28th. Project Triangle
They've
Strategy.
got a lot. Shin Megami Tensei 5 is also November, and so they're doubling down some months.
Yeah. Yeah. Project Triangle Strategy, then Splatoon 3, that's 2022. And then Yokai Watch 4, which we haven't heard about in a long time, but that's supposedly coming exclusively to the Switch at some
Wait,
point.
but that studio went out of had to close.
Yeah, I know.
Level 5.
Yeah, I know.
So someone else is taking it over?
Yeah, supposedly. I
Got
don't
it.
know.
Okay.
That's supposedly somebody's funding. I feel bad because Yokai Watch at one point was really getting big, and then they just bombed it in the last game, and then the studio just couldn't really recover.
Yokai Watch 3 though, like looked up was one of the best looking games on the 3DS. Besides, like the only other game I can think of that looks better on the 3DS is Resident Evil Revelations.
Yeah, Resident Evil Revelations was like maybe the de facto best looking game on 3D.
But Yokai Watch 3 was like right there.
Oh yeah,
which is
Yokai Watch
crazy.
3 was good. I felt bad when that one didn't sell very well, and I feel like I think they tried to release them too quickly after each other. In my opinion, like they were trying to feel like they were Pokemon, and I'm like, you're not Pokemon. You can't get away with yearly releases.
Yeah,
But then
and
Yokai
also
Watch
like the
4
second one had 3 different versions.
The joke with
Two,
Yokai
which
Watch
was
4
like-
right now, by
The
the way,
two
if you guys go back
versions is
and watch
one
the Yokai-
thing, but then you add the third.
if you watch the Yokai Watch 4 trailer, the joke with it when Pokemon Sword and Shield was announced, that everyone's like, Yokai Watch 4 looks better than Sword and Shield, and people really still feel like that today. And
Oh yeah, definitely.
I don't know if
It
we're going
looks
to get
gorgeous.
Yokai Watch 4 ever. I hope so. But we'll have to wait and see. I know there's just a super chat coming. Taker 610, thank you so much. So what caused the Wii U failure games? Okay, we're not going to go down the
Yeah,
Wii U
that's
path today.
That's it.
That's a whole 2-hour
That's rabbit
conversation.
hole.
Maybe that's something we can have Jake on for a future episode.
Yeah.
And we can dive
The
down
short
some of
answer would be the games did not cause the failure because the games do well on the Switch. It was definitely the marketing.
Yeah.
Of those two things that you
it.
offered.
We're not even going to. There you
More
go.
stuff.
Conversation
Yep,
over.
done. There you go.
All right.
Quick answer.
It was called the Wii U. Let's just start with that.
Yeah,
All right.
right.
Moving on. Remember, here's the
Parents,
Wii
parents,
U.
you already have that.
Hold on, no, remember they called it Wii U.
Yeah.
Okay, towards the end of the Wii Life thing, there was something called Wii U Draw that totally tanked,
Oh, Jesus.
and that was a game with an accessory with a tablet, and then this thing was also called Wii U. So I'm just saying that like correlations, it sounded like an accessory,
Well,
and they focused on
again,
the tablet and marketing. It just was not good.
They were
again-
just so excited with how the Wii did, like compared to the GameCube, that they were like, "Yes, we're back. We have to keep milking this." And it was like,
right.
they didn't
even if
realize
they just
the Wii was
renamed it to
trending
Wii
down.
HD, people
You know
would
what
have
I mean?
actually been like, okay.
Right.
But the problem is they
The
couldn't
majority
do that,
of
so
the
they would
Wii
expect all
sales were in the first few years.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But then again, parents again, they hear, like back in the day, our day, Nintendo. Everything was a Nintendo. So when they heard Wii, you already have a Wii.
Oh, is this
I
just
mean,
an accessory?
It's just, yeah.
Why is this accessory so expensive? Is this
Yeah.
like Wii Fit?
Yeah, right. Exactly. So,
Right.
yeah, it was.
Talking about the Switch Pro, I
Oh,
do
boy.
not think it will be called the Switch Pro
Well, no.
because they have a Switch Pro controller. And again, parents will
Right.
be like, oh, does this controller only work for the Switch Pro then?
Yes.
So that's why I don't think it's going to be the Switch Pro.
New
It
Nintendo
won't be the
Switch.
Switch Deluxe because they have all those Wii U Deluxe games, right? Super Mario Brothers U
Yeah.
Deluxe, Pikmin 3 Deluxe. And then they'll be like, oh, does this only work on the new system?
Yeah.
So I think whatever they call the new Switch will be something they haven't like used yet, if that makes any sense.
Possible.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think, like, when they've done the upgraded ones, like, they called it the DSi. Weird branding because of Apple.
Yeah.
Don't know what they were thinking with that, but
Yeah.
whatever. Literally, it's made it sound like it was an Apple. Maybe that was the whole point. Maybe they wanted it to sound like
Yeah.
it was an Apple premium Apple device, but that ended up not actually doing very well for them. And then the new 3DS quickly took over sales, almost overnight. People stopped buying the OG 3DS, and they called that the new Nintendo 3DS, which makes me think like if they're going to reuse any previous marketing, it would be the new and call it the new Nintendo Switch because it's not confusing.
Yeah.
Except that it is, because sometimes people think that means next gen, but it's not next gen. It's not Switch 2, but Nintendo doesn't use numbers really. So I have no idea. Super Switch has been thrown out there. But the last time they used
the
Super
XL
was the
would
new
make
generation,
sense because they
so-
used that for DS and 3DS, and that's like. But the other thing they could do, and that kind of also implies that it will still play all of the same Switch games. But the other thing they could do, which I would love, which they won't do, is call it the Switch Heavy. Because then you have the Switch Lite.
I like it.
Yeah,
and the
I like
Switch,
Heavy.
and the
There you go.
Switch Heavy.
It makes sense with the marketing,
I like it.
right?
I like it.
The Switch Heavy, the Switch, and the Switch Lite.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
just like on the Switch Lite, they don't call it a Lite, by the way. It just says Nintendo Switch on it.
Mhm.
The Lite's only on the box.
Mhm.
Oh
that's
yeah,
kinda-
interesting.
So they keep it in because they said a family of Switch systems. So no matter what it's called, it'll just say Nintendo Switch until their
That's
next
true.
gen. I hope there's a. Do you think they're going to be a next gen Switch like system, or do you think Nintendo's going to go away from the hybrid?
No, I think they'll continue to do it. They might do it in a completely different way, but I still think, you know what I mean? Like if you look at the Wii U, how you put stuff in the system that was connected to the TV, and like you take the gamepad
Yeah. It was like
away, and you could use
half
both
step to where we were.
screens, right? That's the one thing the Switch can't do is use both screens like the Wii U could. So I think it would be cool to have like maybe their next gen console, something like that, so you could have like 4K or whatever. Regular games just like the Switch, but maybe some games that can do, and that could be their next gimmick is basically bring the Wii U back, that kind of thing. Now that like, it might be cheaper to do, like so you could play with two screens. And what would be amazing, I think, is if they added a DS player, which is the thing that I wish they would have added to the Wii U, a 3DS player, like the Game Boy player on the GameCube.
Yep.
Because you can't really add a DS player to the Switch because it's one screen. But with the Wii U, you could have added a 3DS player that would take 3DS cartridges, right?
Also-
and then you could play on the two different screens. So
One thing
there's
to
just so many things. And Nintendo, like, it sounds crazy, but they do crazy stuff like that. You know what I mean?
What? And you
So-
mentioned like earlier, way earlier, about the Quest and getting like a wireless communicator with the PC, so it's still fully wireless, but taking advantage of your PC's capabilities to run, the bigger, more intensive VR games. That could be something that Nintendo's looking into, being like, hey, if we can have a device hooked up to your TV, but then you have this, and the device is just a communicator, and it's a wireless thing, you could potentially use both screens in that fashion without having to, get too crazy with the setup.
Right. There's a lot of things that they could do. But I do think it will be some sort of hybrid where you can have a handheld that you can take with you anywhere. You don't need to be connected to whatever's connected to the screen. Like you can just play it completely handheld, or you can play it on your TV. But the thing I think they might add is some extra features like those ones we just
The only
talked
thing
about.
that scares me is the only time they really got iterative and did like the same thing over again with some new features was DS to 3DS. I'm scared. They're just going to say, screw it and do something entirely new.
3D
And they're going to
Switch.
take away my ability to play console games anywhere I want You're the only ones doing it besides these $1,000 portable PCs that are like the size of my head. I'm scared, Nintendo. Don't scare me because I'm a parent and I need this.
Well,
I used to not care about handheld gaming so much. Now I do.
I think what the Switch essentially is just we've gotten to the point where they can make their handhelds play console games. So I think the way Nintendo thinks about it is their next console is just a handheld. It will always be handhelds going forward. But now they have the technology where the games can run just like console games. So there always will be a way to output that to your TV.
Yeah.
So they're essentially always handhelds, but they will always be able to be played on the TV, and the technology is so advanced that they'll be console quality whether you're in handheld or TV. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Real quick, we will take 4 total questions from the chat, because I did mention there'd be a Q&A, so let's just kind of squeeze that in. We'll take 4 questions. If you want to Nintendo Prime or whatever to ping it, I'm reading the chat right now. I know there's a slight stream delay. If you guys want to in the chat, we'll take 4 questions quick. We're not going to spend, don't ask anything that's super in depth that's going to create an hour-long debate because I don't have that kind of time. So sorry. We'll take 4 questions quick and then we'll wrap things up and let you know where you can find Jake Randall, which is pretty easy. Just type his name in. Pretty simple to find Jake Randall. As long as you spell it correctly. I don't actually know if there's any other Jake Randalls. There probably is. Maybe.
There's like a basketball player?
I don't think so, actually. I think if I'm going to Google your name right now just to find out what happens.
There was also a character named Jake Randall on an episode of iCarly. You might find that on Google. But
iCarly, nice.
But no, if you search me, you'll find like literally tons of news articles from like IGN, comicbook.com, like just like about PS5 restocks.
Yeah, so I see your Twitter comes up number 1, your YouTube comes up number 2, which I guess makes sense.
Yeah.
Then your Instagram.
You click news, you'll see like all the articles.
Yep, that's you. That's you on Instagram. Okay. Then there's another Jake Randall on Instagram that probably isn't you, unless you have 2 accounts.
Oh, yes. I had one from years ago that I lost the password for.
Well, there you go. That shows up on page 1.
10 years.
So,
what's that?
Jake Randall's... Oh, this one probably isn't you. Jake Randall's men's basketball recruiting profile.
That's the basketball player I was...
That's the basketball player, yeah. There you go. So there you go. You will find something else besides him, but he's all the top hits. All right, let's get back to the chat.
Oh, real quick, can we touch on someone in the chat said, is there a new Kirby game? And I know there was a rumor for Kirby, but also Donkey Kong. Yes. I'll let you take that one, but I'm just curious to hear what you think.
There's been multiple sources. Okay, so Kirby in general is not even a rumor. There's a new Kirby game being made. The rumor is there's 2 of them being made, but there's for sure one because the Kirby team has done a number of interviews over the last year where they said we're working on a new Kirby game and we're trying to make it the greatest Kirby game ever. We have no idea what any of this means other than they're working on Kirby, and I think they're trying to do something. Like we got Fighters last year. Inside Fighters in a data mine was a reference to 3D Kirby, and people are starting to wonder, is it going to be a return to like trying to make a 3D platforming Kirby like they did with Donkey Kong, but like try to do it right and make it popular? I have no idea.
Kirby of the Wild.
I have no idea. But there is definitely a Kirby game being made. We get a Kirby game every year anyways, but like I think they're working on a big one. Whether or not it comes this year, I don't know. But that is something that we already know they're doing that, and the rumor is there's 2 Kirby games being made. I don't know if the other one's a Kirby Pinball or some sort of
Dream Course 2.
Dream Course 2.
Come on.
And then for Donkey Kong, I believe Samus Hunter might have been the first person to say something about Donkey Kong, but there's been so many other people that have come up and be like, Donkey Kong, Donkey Kong, Donkey Kong. They're making a Donkey Kong. The part of the Mario Odyssey team split off, and now they're making a new team and doing Donkey Kong. 2.5D, 2D, 3D. No one really knows what the hell this thing is. It's just supposedly coming this year. Which I guess makes sense because of the 40th anniversary of Donkey Kong. Mm-hmm. We'll see. I know a lot of people want it to be 3D Donkey Kong because we've only ever had one of them. And people think if they took a second crack at it, it would be way better, especially if the Mario Odyssey team's making it. But it's a lot of we don't really know. It's just a lot of people saying it's happening. So
have you heard the latest rumor with that Donkey Kong?
What's the latest? Break some news.
It's not a 2D or a 3D. It's going to use the drum from that Kato game. And it's going to be like a jungle beat type thing, which would be so disappointing. I would hate that.
Yeah. I don't know what to believe anymore. We're so close, guys. Like today is technically still Tuesday on my end. We're a week away from Nintendo. Mm-hmm. Technically less than a week away. Mm-hmm. Like 12 hours less than a week away. But still. Oh boy. So some questions. Not a question. I just noticed you fixed the shield. Yeah, that Hylian shield thing back there. Someone asked me, "Are you giving that away?" Yeah, and then they got disappointed when I told them it's not a real shield; it's a wall lamp. And they're like, "What?" I'm
No,
like,
it's still freaking awesome.
it's still awesome. You don't see it lit up right now. I probably should plug it in during our shows, but
Yeah, whatever.
anyways, just like I should have the Xbox and PlayStation stuff on. And I don't have
we
it on right
forgot
now.
to do that
I
today.
always forget to turn those on. I don't know why. I have batteries in them for a reason, and we never turn them on. Let me get to some actual questions here. A lot of people say not a good question. They're just really happy that we had a good stream. This is a question. It looks like a question for Jake from Amor12321, one of our members. He says, "Will Pro have supply issues? Thoughts?" The Switch Pro, I assume he's talking about.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way any company like Nintendo or Microsoft or PlayStation can release new hardware and not have stock issues right now for many reasons, like component shortages, the fact of how like much more gaming people have been doing since COVID. Like there's tons of reasons. So it's definitely going to be hard to get. Like even when the Switch launched, in 2017, there wasn't any of this stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't the shortages, and the Switch actually wasn't that hard to get. But a couple months before the Switch, they released the NES Classic, and that was actually the thing that was being scalped for more than what the Switch cost at launch, and it was like a $60 device. And so even back then, with none of this going on, like a Nintendo device was hard to get. So it's definitely going to be difficult. But however, I will say that it might make things easier a little bit because a lot of people only want to buy one console. They're not like crazy like us. They don't have to have an Xbox, PS5, and a Nintendo. So when the Switch Pro gets announced, whatever it's called, a lot of the people that really want that might stop going for an Xbox or a PS5 and go for that, and kind of will spread it out a little bit more. So it might help everyone. And the fact that the PS5 and Xbox are in such high demand might make people not want to go for the Switch Pro because they still are trying to get their PS5 or whatever. So it might make the Switch Pro a little easier to get. But in general, it'll probably be really difficult. Hopefully, we'd have no idea what kind of production Nintendo has done. But I will say this. They've been able to manufacture plenty of regular Switches throughout this entire, not the beginning of the pandemic, but like in 2021, you haven't really seen it sold out anywhere. And, so whatever components they're using, they're able to get them. So we don't know exactly what's going to be in the Switch Pro.
It's also important to note with Nintendo, at least for the normal Switch, we'll see with the Pro, that a lot of the component issues that all the companies had across the world is when the pandemic was coming on, they thought they were going to need less because they thought people wouldn't have money. Not realizing that people are stuck at home and want to be entertained and are more likely to buy electronics. So they had their order numbers lower. And then when they needed to get more because, oh my gosh, the demand's insane, there wasn't any space for it. Whereas Nintendo, like coming in 2019, was already having, at the time, the peak year for Switch. So they already had massive orders for Switch in for 2020. And they just never adjusted it when the pandemic hit. They said, hey, we're still going to have massive orders in because why would we stop? If nothing else, we'll carry those orders into next year. We'll sell them in 2021.
Right.
So whatever orders they have for Pro, they would have made those last year. So they could be confident that, hey, look, we're going to have enough. And also there's also some speculation out there from it's not really speculation. It's a legit rumor from Vandal outlet in Spain that suggested that Nintendo is actually going to not release it worldwide this year. It's going to be staggered specifically to try to control supply issues.
Well, that's what Sony and Microsoft did too.
Yeah.
Like the PS5 just dropped in India like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. So we'll see. It's one of those, and the thing is, scalpers play a role in all of it because they're going to think they can make a lot of money on it, and they'll also push it to be a bit scarcer. That's just reality. Scalpers do it with every system launch, even before the pandemic. It just didn't last quite this long all the time. It's kind of a special, unique situation at the moment. We'll see what happens also as well. I know there is new manufacturing plants trying to get built, but I think when I mean chip manufacturing plants. But the problem is the first one to be built isn't going to be finished till 2023. So they can only make as much as the factories can put out, and they can't increase their output for a couple of years now. So this could be a problem. I mean, Sony's already put out there that it might be hard to get one all the way into 2022 and beyond, because at this point they have no idea. They have no idea how hard it's going to be to get PlayStation 5s for so long. Which, by the way, for you is great. since people follow you for that stuff, it's kind of cool to be like.
Kind of.
I mean,
Honestly,
it's not great for consumers.
I would rather have
But-
no YouTube subscribers, no followers on Twitter.
And
I would
everyone has
rather.
a PlayStation 5 that wants one. Yeah.
Yeah, I hate that I have to
Yeah.
do what I do. To be honest, like,
Yeah. Well,
and I'm not worried about what happens next. Like,
Yeah, this is a
maybe I
question
won't
for you,
even
like,
end
what
up
happens
doing
next with
YouTube
your
long
channel?
term. Like I said at the very beginning, like in the intro,
Yeah.
like all I want to do is give back to others and try
Yeah,
to find
yeah.
ways to help other people in the
Totally.
world. And I'm just like hands off the wheel, like letting go, like, and just like letting the universe kind of guide me to whatever that happens. So I'm really I want this to end as soon as possible,
Oh, I
just
think
like
everyone
everyone
wants
else.
it to end. And guys, this is
And that's
coming
what
from the
kind of
person
motivates
that
me to make these tip videos and give all
Yeah.
the information, make it easier to buy them, is because I want people to buy them. I want
Yeah.
this issue to end.
So, I've had some messages from people when I announced earlier today. By the way, thank you so much for coming on. You were a guest replacement today. I really appreciate the last minute replacement.
Yeah, no, they've worked out so well.
And after I said that, okay, you're going to be on, and I put it on Twitter, there were some people who DM me being like, oh, they're trying to like say negative things about you. And I just said,
that's fun.
yeah, I know. And I just said, he's just doing all this to make money. And I'm like, well, look, obviously it's probably helped in financial ways because that's just the way it is. But here's the deal. I don't think he actually cares about that aspect of it as much as you might think he does, at least based on what I'm seeing from his content and what he says when people like want to unsubscribe over cystic fibrosis. He's not going to stop. He doesn't care. He wants to use his platform to help people. And you just kind of confirmed it right there. Like, guys, it's beneficial. You could argue to his pocketbooks to keep having the scarcity and keep helping people, which can benefit him in ways that keep growing, get up to 270,000, get up to 500,000 people trying to follow you. Like, that's great, but also he'd rather just have no followers and just no one has a problem getting this crap.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he's saying right now. When this eventually ends, because it will end someday, right? It's not going to be scarce forever. Whatever he decides to do next, whatever the universe brings to him, whatever, maybe he turns his whole thing into just doing charity work. Who the hell knows? It's one of those, it's awesome. He's not in this to get popular. So people who are naysayers that think that he's just someone taking advantage, shut the hell up. That's all I can say about that. I hate when people talk that.
Yeah, no, it's funny. Like, obviously, like I have cystic fibrosis. Like, I don't use affiliate links, right? Like, I think I'm like the only restock person that doesn't use affiliate links. And the main reason why, besides being blacklisted by Amazon, I have access to other affiliate links, but I follow my phone just blows up constantly because I follow so many other Twitter accounts, but also Discords. I have so many things that I follow just in case something slips through the cracks. And when a restock comes in, I will just tweet out that person's link because you will get the notification faster. And sometimes those seconds are important when it comes to a restock. Than if I, take the time to go in my drafts and just do my affiliate link. It might be a couple seconds that I could do that, but I literally don't care about the money. And so whichever way is faster is the way I'm going to do it. And then I literally never ask for donations. The only things I ever promote, like that involves any money on Twitter are charities. All I do, I'm like, hey, if you're happy that people put their Venmo and their PayPal out, and I just put links to charities. Always. People have asked for my Venmo information, they've asked for my Cash App, and I've never given it out. The only time I ever get donations is when I do a live stream. And again, those are just people that are choosing to do it, and the feature's on YouTube. And I'm very appreciative of that. But that's the only way. So it's like, you know what I mean? I'm not like, I never like say, oh, I know when the next restock is, donate and I'll do it. Or I never like guilt people like, hey, if you got it, like feel free to donate. No, I say, hey, if you got it, like my pinned tweet so we can get the word out there more so we can help more people.
Yeah.
But people, haters gonna hate.
Yeah, that was one reason why I had the topic come up. I was like, you know what? I'm throwing this topic in there, what we talked about earlier, because I'm like, I just thought like, hey, you know what? I get it, you get it, everyone gets it. It's just the way it is. All right, so a couple quick questions. Someone asked, who the heck is sitting next to me? That's Eric. If you don't know him, because you're new to the channel and all that, that's some days he has more to say than others. Today, some of this stuff is stuff we've talked about before, so some of it is, it's kind of, here's the thing, like, it's really weird when you already had all this hype build up to E3, then you get to your final podcast before E3, and you're like, okay, so how do we repurpose the same things again before E3 when we have a whole E3 show to put on, where we get to repurpose it again, except we'll eventually have things to actually react to. But that's one reason why I included so many conversations that specifically I wanted to have with Jake, because we got into some great YouTube stuff. We got into
absolutely.
some great E3,
And I have no problem with it.
quote unquote drama, not really drama, but kind of drama. Like, why are we not hearing back from them? Kind of thing. So like,
Whatever.
It was great. One more question. Let me grab it quick. I saw it earlier. So Tony Konami Kuran says, do you think Nintendo of America will be tweeting about a Pokemon Presents tomorrow? So there's traditionally been Pokemon events in June before E3, going back like a decade. But we're also like, there's the Summer Game Fest on Thursday. There's some stuff happening Friday. And I don't know that... the Pokemon Company probably doesn't care about any of that stuff. They're just going to do what they always do. They just don't care about anybody else. But also, I wonder if because we got the release dates, that they aren't actually going to do a Presents, and there's just going to be game.
I was thinking the same thing. It's like they gave us a nugget, so people won't be asking for that during their E3, you know?
Yeah, so I'm almost like, I know there's been rumors and reports and obvious, like, oh, they've always done it, but I don't know. It kind of feels like a weird year where, because they gave, like, the release dates, I thought were going to be one of the big things
one
for it.
soon. You know, it probably wouldn't be too long after E3 if they don't have one.
Yeah, it
before,
could be,
you know what I mean?
E3. It's possible they could announce tomorrow and do it on Friday. It's always possible because we don't get a lot of headway to this stuff anyways, right, guys? Nintendo traditionally, they give you a day warning or a 2-day warning. They don't let you know a week ahead of time. So it's one of those, of course they could announce something tomorrow, just like they could drop the Pro tomorrow. You don't know. Nintendo's the big mystery. They don't give you a lot of warning or any warning. Like when they announced the Switch Lite, they just dropped it on a random Wednesday in July in 2019. No warning, no nothing. Oh, look forward to an announcement tomorrow. Oh, they've trolled people. Oh, you want a Nintendo Direct? Oh, too bad. Here's Chibi Robo on fire. You figure that out. And then the next day's a Direct. Like, not even announced, but like clearly they were teasing. And then people thought, oh, well, look what they were doing with by having the Kikwi being tweeted out. I'm like, guys, they're advertising Skyward Sword HD. You're starting to get a little crazy now. Yeah. You're reading too much into these tweets on a game they've been consistently advertising.
Great.
This isn't the same
Well, I
as
think
Chibi
that's
Robo
what
on
people
fire.
do with Nintendo, though. More than any other company, like video game company, people read in between the lines for Nintendo. You know what I mean? Try to find hints.
I guess Taker67 wanted to super chat to try to get one last question. And looking at Jake's wall, do you even game, bro?
Yeah.
I have 1 or 2 games that I dabble in.
Just a couple. I decided, guys, I wanted to bring out a guy who just knows all about retail but knows nothing about actual games. It's just that background. That's just a green screen. He was just doing that special for this podcast. No big deal.
Exactly.
No big deal. All right. Well, that's gonna wrap up the podcast. We could obviously take questions all night, but I got to get going here because I got to make sure the house is picked up before the fiance gets home. She works till midnight, gets home at 12:30. What do you got to say, Eric? You have something to say, Eric? Hold on. Eric, what do you got to say?
Jake, I'm gonna do this. Is there a special charity for cystic fibrosis that you generally work with?
Yeah, the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation.
I'll go grab a link to it.
So what I'm going to do on behalf of Nintendo Prime Podcast, I'm going to donate $100 to that to start off the E3 giving.
Thank you so much.
To start off our E3 giveaways and givings.
Is it the CFF.org?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to drop a link in the
that'll be a tax deductible donation as well, so you can write that off.
I honestly don't even care. But
well,
yes,
thank you so much.
I realize that. But yes.
Eric, I really appreciate that.
I wanted to do that to
Eric
kick off
Nate,
our...
Thank you guys so much for having me.
Our E3 giving, because people that know there was another charity that was going to be brought up during our E3 broadcast as well that I was going to surprise people with. It'll still be a surprise. But we'll definitely bring up the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation as well again during E3 when we have our massive audience. Because I'm glad that Eric did that because that whole part of our E3 giving is to give back. I expect you to give $100, but that's awesome. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna match you. I'm gonna do
awesome.
Too. Just screw it.
Thank you.
I got money coming in
so
this
much.
week. I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah.
I'm so happy that I just spontaneously was able to be on the podcast and I had an amazing time hanging out with you guys. I've been so isolated because having cystic fibrosis. In all of COVID, I haven't been able to be social at all. So I just had a wonderful time tonight. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Yeah, no, thank you for being on.
Hopefully we can get on some more episodes. It's really nice because I I see you spend so much time talking about how to get systems, and I think it's nice to get more time to talk about games than you sometimes get when I watch your streams. I'm like, man, I know he's helping people, but look at all those games. Clearly, games. Let's talk about some games.
Yeah.
Well, I'm putting out a video tomorrow for my 12 E3 timed announcements from Sony that I would love to see. Include like stuff we didn't even talk about tonight, like Hogwarts Legacy, which has been pushed back. But also, you mentioned Ghostwire Tokyo, also Stray, Ken and Bridge of Spirits. There's so much stuff. So that's a little thing. I'll talk about games a little bit.
Thank you, the 8th Arc, for the $25 Australia. It says 5 for YouTube fees and 20 for Sisters Fibrosis. You should have took that 25 and went right to the link and did it. Yeah, because that money gets mixed in with everything. But I'll throw an extra 20 on top of my 100 to cover that for you, the 8th Arc. But we should have went directly to the Sisters Fibrosis. There wouldn't have been any fees taken out. You could have actually gave straight up $25 to him instead. But that's okay.
But still, I thank you for that.
Yeah, I know you're one of our regulars and all that. So thank you so much. All right, guys. So that's gonna wrap it up. If you guys want to find where Jake Randall's at, we got links to I think his Twitter and his YouTube down in the description. If you guys want to check that out. Otherwise, I thank all the new people that checked us out because you came over from Jake's Twitter or whatever. And hopefully you guys enjoy watching his content and his future content that he ends up doing. If you're trying to secure the bag, whether it's a Series X or it's the PlayStation 5, he's the man to do it. That's how I secured the bag.
The Switch Heavy. Watch out for the Switch
I gave away a PlayStation 5 last January. I was unable to successfully get one, so I said, screw it, here's the money. Go watch Jake Randall. Go buy it yourself. So the person I gave away PlayStation 5 to, I literally just handed him like $550 to go buy it. Go follow Jake Randall. Get it at your local Target. You'll have better success than I will, maybe. So maybe not. I have no idea. Follow him up. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. This was episode 12 of the Nintendo Prime Podcast. I know there's some people that have been complaining to me behind the scenes about not having the episodes up on Spotify. I apologize. I'm 3 episodes behind on getting the audio version up. I know. Okay, it's been stressful. E3's been kicking my ass. But my plan tomorrow before I do any video content is to get all 3 of those episodes up. So hopefully you're looking forward to like 10 hours of listening because there's a lot of podcasts going on.
Yeah.
All right, guys. You guys have a lovely night, and thank you again, Jake Randall, for stepping up big for us today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just got to say, we just hit 1 a.m. Eastern, so that means that deals of the day are up at Best Buy and GameStop. Sorry. My retail buying kicking in. So check them out.
Dropping the deets. All right.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Catch you later. Bye.
Later.